Whew. Morning, everybody.
Oh, stop it, Brown Chicken. Come on now. Please tell me you're joking. We're not going to start talking about the Cowboys now. Trust me, listen to any other ESPN show. They'll be glad to talk about them all day long. How about them Cowboys? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I'm going to have Michael come in here and tell me how great Shadur Sanders is next, too. I'm just happy that I got a push at him. That's really at this point when you're as bad at gambling as I am, sometimes you just need a push. Yeah, because a lot of teams didn't want to kick field goals, Paula.
Unbelievable.
You can start and I'll just let you go, David.
No. You go this time. No. Nope.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this overreaction Monday. Although at a few places in college football, their fan bases are saying, hey, could you guys overreact, please? How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I come at you from the West Coast, and not of Florida. That's Mark's job. In Palo Alto, a little south of San Francisco. Niners and Panthers, ready or not, here we come. Monday Night Football later tonight. But Mark, top of the morning to you. How was your weekend before Thanksgiving?
It was fantastic. Good weekend. Got a lot done. The daughter and I got some planting done. Got the patio all cleaned up because the mother-in-laws and people are going to be there this week, so the pool area is clean. David, I know you're going to be shocked by this. I made a lot of bread this weekend. I made 3 loaves of bread, 2 for the stuffing, 1 for sandwiches. So that's accomplished. I made like 4 quarts of I made like 8 quarts of chicken stock. I did a lot of cooking in and around my football watching.
All right. This is how much the bread conversation from early last week has taken on more than a life of its own. I am now getting texts from people who either they or their better halves, whenever they make bread, they are texting me to let me know.
You know what? Pelican Roofing of Florida text line's open for all of your bread pictures. I may start an X account, Miller's Bread Friends. And we will just post pictures of our loaves. Okay? That's what's going to happen. I love it. There is nothing better to me than because I talked about making bread, people are texting you.
Yes, because
that's fantastic.
I said, what? Who makes bread? Unless you own a restaurant or something. And you're like, a lot of people bake their own bread. I'm like, come on.
David, I made a French loaf last night, and it's oval shaped. And if you were to put your finger on top of that and take maybe 4 steps, 5 steps back, and 2 to the left, you could kick that oval through the uprights and take a 6-point lead instead of maybe having a 3-point lead.
So is that a loaf or a bread bowl that you made in honor of take the points? Oh,
how many games did we have this? I honestly think I lost track of the number of games in which, a field goal at a time when it was 4th and 1, 2, 3, whatever, may have given a team a lead in which, yes, a touchdown would have still beat them, but they would have, wait for it, won the game in regulation.
Or just force the other team to score 7 instead of 3.
Right.
They're kicking 60-yard field goals now like they used to kick 50-yarders. The kickoff is such that teams are starting between the 30 and 35-yard line a lot, which means, do the math, they don't have to go very far to score 3 points anymore. They barely have to get across midfield, it seems, to score 3 points. I mean, I will say every single time that I think, and goodness knows I can be wrong, but every single time a team is in a position where it's like, well, you're going to take the points here, right? And they don't, I immediately start to root for them to lose the rest of the game. I want them all to lose. I don't care if it's my team. I want them all to lose. When the Giants didn't kick the field goal up 3 with less than 4 minutes to go?
Yep.
Make them score a touchdown. Their guy can kick 60-yard field goals. What are you doing? Okay. Yeah, I know. You're like at the 5 or 6 yard line, so they have to go like 55 yards. Yeah, but they only have to go 55 yards and kick a field goal. Why don't you kick off and make them go 65 yards and score a touchdown?
Because I don't know. Sometimes I think the audience thinks we're talking down to them. We're not talking down to you. We're talking down to football coaches.
Right, to NFL coaches. No. You, the audience, you're much smarter than most of the 32 men that are making these decisions in the fourth quarter of games.
Because here's the funny thing, David. When you go for the touchdown, 4th and goal from the 2, 1, whatever, and you don't get it, which happens once in a while, maybe a little more often than that, wouldn't that send a message to the coach that, you know what's hard to do in this league? Score a touchdown. You know what seems to be relatively easy to do in today's game? Is kick a long field goal.
Right. Uh-huh. By the way, and I love this coach. We love this coach. We've loved him for much longer than just this year. My crush on this guy goes back 6 years. All right. But here's an idea for Mike Vrabel, by the way. When you get to the 1 yard line, why don't you keep your best running back in the game? It's just a thought. Okay. Yeah, I know. He had one game very early on this year. He fumbled twice. He hasn't fumbled since. He's gone 10 games here. He hasn't fumbled. Okay. He's your best running back. You need a yard. Mike Vrabel and the Patriots ran 7 plays from the 1 yard line. 7 plays from the 1 yard line. Travion Henderson did not touch the ball on any of those 7 plays. In fact, I believe on 6 of those 7 plays, he wasn't even on the field. It's just an idea. That's all. You may want to consider it next time. Holy smackers.
And some teams survived yesterday in some must-win situations. Looked as if we were about ready to stick a fork in the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, yeah. And then, do you know what happened, Mark? Do you know what happened? Okay. Daniel Jones became Daniel Jones. Yes, the Colts ended the game with 4 consecutive 3-and-outs where Daniel Jones was, let me find it, 3 for 9 for 17 yards. Yes, you can only hide it. You can only hide it so long.
So the Chiefs still on the outside looking in, but not 2 games back, just a game back. Now, few of the teams ahead of them have beaten them, so it's going to take some work. But yesterday afternoon, now I don't think they have a shot, but the Eagles, who had, I thought, a pretty good hold on the 1 seed, blew a 21-point lead. And now you won't hear it on this show much. We'll talk a little about it because the game was important. You'll hear it the rest of the day, and whatever sports network you listen to, they'll talk about the Cowboys for the rest of the day. Great win for Dallas. Congratulations. David loves Dak. Always has. Has since when he was at Mississippi State. David told everybody, this guy can play on Sunday. This is when he was a Mississippi State Bulldog. So this isn't Johnny-come-lately for David Moulton and his love affair of Dak. But you got to get that horse into the barn, up 21 spit.
Yes, you do. And, Mark, here's the beautiful irony, and we're not looking ahead. We're just mentioning it. Kansas City and Dallas with 2 dramatic come-from-behind wins. And who play each other? Thanksgiving late afternoon.
No one will watch that game.
No, not at all.
No one at all. They did a solid to the networks by both coming from behind to win their game because everybody was watching anyhow, and now everybody and their brother is going to watch.
I think if you listen closely, I believe CBS has the 4:00 game this year. Okay, if you listen closely, that's David Burson, the president of CBS Sports. Okay, running down the street. Maybe he's streaking, yelling, "The new phone books are here. The new phone books are here."
The Bears Keep it on, keep it on. Tough game, but Caleb Williams is getting better. There is no two ways about it. The Bucks brutally beaten last night by what a lot of people think is the best team in the NFC. And how do you argue with the way that the Rams and Matthew Stafford are playing right now?
Mark, you may be one letter off. They may not be the best team in the NFC. They may be the best team in the NFL.
They may. They may. So, as many questions after yesterday as there are answers, in my opinion. You saw a pretty solid team on Saturday take care of business and maybe end USC's hopes. Well, not maybe, end USC's hopes of a playoff bid.
Yes.
And secure their own playoff bid by the drubbing of the Trojans on Saturday. Oh, yeah, Oregon just scored again because USC can't stop anyone.
I'd say they're 90% in. I think there's a chance.
No, you're right. If they lose to Washington this week and a lot of other things unfold,
Michigan wins.
Right. That could certainly hamper Oregon's bid, but they look like they're a playoff team. The rest of it's still a mess because the ACC does what the ACC does.
Did that sound like imploding?
It did. It sounded like the Georgia Dome, and there was just a box truck in front of the cameraman. Some teams still have coaches, and we'll talk to some of those folks. Jeff Cameron will join the show today, as well as Tom Izzo, Michigan State's basketball coach, on Miller and Moulton. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
At the Diamond District, we know what you want.
Experience wall-to-wall diamonds during our diamond event, November 21st through 23rd.
This is our biggest event of the year, featuring an expanded collection of GIA certified diamonds, designer jewelry, and exclusive collections from Tacori.
This is the perfect time to start your holiday shopping.
More diamonds, more choices. November 21st through 23rd, only at the Diamond District.
At the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, David, I'll tell this because this isn't really worthy of an off-air story or on-air. But so I played golf on Friday. Had a great time. Played with good group, and we just played an individual game. So we decided to play the other cart in a Nassau match.
Okay. Compares cards afterwards.
And no, we were just, it's a whatever,
Right.
best ball match. So we're just playing, 5, 5, and 5.
Gotcha.
And the guy in the other card, good player, Scott Colburn, great guy, Massachusetts guy, and the nicest Massachusetts guy you'll ever meet. That doesn't have that masshole gene in it. It really doesn't. Or so I thought. He played really well he played well. I think he shot 75, but on the back nine, he shot 1 under, made 3 birdies.
Nice.
And he walks in his birdie on, I think it was 12. And I laughed my tail off. I thought it was funnier than hell. Then I like a 40-footer for birdie on 16 to go 1 up.
Oh, wow.
And he's got a putt on 17, and he rolls it in, and he doesn't just, this is Tiger at Valhalla pointing at the
Right.
thing.
Okay.
I'm dying. Like, I'm playing. I'm like, look, and I'm all over him. He sends a text the next day. He's like, hey, guys, I want to apologize for being cocky yesterday. Didn't want to be an a-hole walking in those putts, just having a little fun. I'm like, are you kidding me? If you quit doing that, I will never play golf with you again.
Hold on a second.
Apologizing.
You had 3 birdies on a back 9 and a 35, and you're apologizing? You keep that walking and talking going.
I'm like, what are you apologizing for? That upsets me more than you walking them in. That's how self-conscious people are these days. They're afraid to offend anybody. Where you and I, David, that text would have never caved.
Well, not only that, really? Offend a group of golfers? Seriously?
Wait a minute. Wait. Empire, wait a minute. You are the one, every time anybody talks badly about the Eagles or your quarterback, you jump all over us.
Yeah, okay. So before we go any further, Empire, we need to is this kind of like you can trash your dive corner bar, but because you're a regular, but those of us who only occasionally stop in, we can't say anything bad about it? What are the ground rules going forward? We need to know.
Between you and Logic, man, you guys get pretty ticked off if we take a shot at your beloved Eagles, but you can take a shot at them.
So just need to know what the rules are going forward. We got a long way to go. Whew.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It's been a while, but it'll be a thrill to have Tom Izzo on again. He'll join us at the top of the 8 a.m. Eastern hour. And Jeff Cameron.
Oh, sorry.
No. And Jeff Cameron.
It's had its own set of problems, though.
Well, why is that?
Well, for those that don't know, I am the person who David books the guests. On the show, I contact the guests.
Right.
Whether
You pick up
whether
the
we have
phone.
them on, whether we
Right.
have them on our StreamYard, which is our Twitch and YouTube feeds, or we just call them on the old telephone here. And I'm in charge of that. Therefore, I have all the phone numbers.
Right.
In my phone, I have one hell of a Rolodex.
Well, I have it too because I give it to you. But yes, we had the same Rolodex, but you're the one that come showtime.
But I mean, there
uses
are a few numbers, and I don't know if it still works. Like, I have Lane Kiffin's number in my phone. I have
Right.
Steve Spurrier's number in my phone.
Yes, you do.
I have Troy Aikman's number in my phone. Now, I don't ever call any of these people. They're just there. And every once in a while, I'll laugh because I'll be talking with someone and I'll put their number. Oh, I got you right next to Spurrier. And they're like, huh? And we get a giggle out of it.
We have Roger Goodell's phone number. We've never used it, but we have it.
I don't have Roger's number. I would have probably used it. But yesterday, David, I think on Friday, David let me know that we had Izzo on the show. And in fact, I know it was Friday. But yesterday, he texted me the show rundown. And in it, it has Izzo's cell. I paused, I looked, and I went, this is really dangerous, David. I mean, this is really dangerous.
Mark, when I'm going back and forth with sports information directors or personal assistants or what have you, I say we can call them, or if they're not comfortable giving out their number, we have a hotline and they can call us. Just please, be on time. The segment's only X number of minutes, blah, blah, blah. And in this particular case, okay, the guy goes by Mex. Okay, the SID who works with basketball at Michigan State, Mex just sends me the text, Izzo cell. And I am thinking to myself, oh, sir, you have just made a grave mistake.
Like, I feel as if after the call, I have to delete the number. I don't think that I should have this number. Of all the numbers in my phone, and there are my phone is a good Rolodex. It really is. We've been doing this for a long time, and in this third and fourth act is when I started calling the guests back, pre-COVID when we were doing the show at my house, and we had to create a studio. So I use my phone. At that time I was literally using my cell phone to put guests on the line, and from that there's a decent amount of people that are in the phone. But this one's different. This one, come March, I don't know how I would be able to react if things implode during a game that I'm watching with my beloved Spartans.
I have faith that you will never use the number outside of Miller and Moulton. Here's what I think
I'm going to do. If I have a problem with Tom, I'm going to text Spurrier.
Here's what you should do, by the way. Therapists sometimes encourage their clients to write a letter and then don't send it, but get your feelings out and what have you, read the letter again. Okay. Mark, maybe if there's a frustrating game, particularly in March, okay, maybe you type the text, you read it a couple times, and then you don't send it.
Fair enough. We'll keep that in mind.
Okay.
We will keep that in mind.
But Tom Izzo scheduled to join us probably for the last time because we may have unleashed the lion here. But in an hour and a half. And Jeff Cameron will join us in about 2 hours because apparently Florida State's going to keep on keeping on with Mike Norvell. Listen, I've been a big Norvell defender. I've been the guy going, come on, 50-something million, really? Are you sure you can't swallow this and bring him back for one more year? And do you have to do this now? And can't we go back to what we were thinking at the beginning of the year? We were 2-10, okay, and we were thinking 7-5, okay, and they're going to go 7-5, right? And then Friday night happened in Raleigh, and I laughed. I said, man, when Moulton gets a pick on the game right because he's lost so much faith in you. I had NC State straight up, and I was getting 6.5. How the hell could Florida State be favored on the road against anybody? They haven't beaten anybody on the road in 2 years. What am I missing?
2023, the last time the Noles won a road game. I mean, think about that.
It's amazing. It's amazing in the ACC.
Right. And at the same time, we're doing this, Florida fans going, I don't even care. I don't care. We just got whooped by Tennessee.
So Tom Izzo, Jeff Cameron. It'll be a very lively 8 a.m. Eastern hour here on Miller and Moulton.
Because we do have an abbreviated week, we are actually doing best of shows Thursday and Friday. Miller and Moulton taking the long weekend. It's one of the only times we do something like this all year long. But I do quickly want, you're better at history, and I should have looked this up, but David, when's the last time, and I know the last couple of years haven't been good for Florida either, but have we had a more anticlimactic Florida State game? I mean, where I don't think either fan base gives a damn right now.
Well, I was thinking about this last night as I was trying to wind down and go to sleep. I moved to Florida in early November of 1999. And the very first big sporting event that I covered 3 weeks later was number 1 Florida State at number 3 Florida. And I'm just trying to think, since Spurrier took over the Gators in the early 90s, has there been a more, it's the Gators at home this year, right? Okay, so do we put this on SEC Network? Is this the Gators at home year or Florida State at home year? I think it's the Gators.
Here's the funny thing, David. It matters so little, I don't know off the top of my head.
I think it's the Gators.
I
think it's the Gators.
I think you're right.
Yeah, it's why Florida actually had a great home schedule this year of the teams they had coming to be a season ticket holder. They had a terrible team, but a great home schedule. Oh, I know. So this game should be on the CW, shouldn't it? On like one of those ACC and SEC alternate network games that they have.
Mark, it's on ESPN2.
If Florida wins, both teams will not be bowl eligible. Trying to think, Muschamp's the year he got fired, which was 2014. They were below 500 that year, I believe. I don't think so. I think you have to go back to the 70s.
Now,
because obviously Bobby got it going in the mid 80s. So I can't imagine that it's 40 years easy since there's been a less eventful Gators, Noles, Gators game.
Now, it could all change because the Egg Bowl's at noon. The excitement level will rise if Lane says I'm going to Gainesville after the game.
I think he's going to do it a day or two after the Egg Bowl. Not an hour or two after the Egg Bowl. But by the way, is this Lane Kiffin thing turning into LeBron and the decision? Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, you're right, Spitz. Sorry. I got my games confused. Egg Bowl is definitely Friday. I don't feel as good about it, Left Twix. Obviously, they're struggling right now. I mean, they went through a lot of injuries this year. You can't predict injuries. I wish I would have picked the Rams, but I still think that the Bucs are going to win the division. And if they win the division, they get a home game. So I feel worse about my Buffalo pick than I do my Tampa pick, if you want to know the truth.
Whew. I think he's hurt pretty badly. I think he's got a separated shoulder. I did love the exchange last night between Collinsworth and the NBC rules official. So I just want to get this straight. So we both agree that he had possession of the ball, yes. And his knee was down, yes. And he was touched by the defender, yes. So that's not a completion and down by contact? No. Okay. uh Notre Dame's been in the playoff for 2 weeks. As soon as the first rankings came out, they were in. But
by the way, if Michigan beats Ohio State, Left Twix, are you sure?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour on this Overreaction Monday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Tom Izzo, Jeff Cameron to join us coming up on the show today. Pat Kerwin, JP Shadrick on the show tomorrow. JP, he had, I think, the Pitt Georgia Tech game Saturday evening. He has the Chiefs Cowboys game for Westwood One Thanksgiving afternoon. He's got the Iron Bowl coming up. Never mind the whole Jags Radio Network thing. So a lot to talk with JP about, along with Pat Kerwin tomorrow. We've jammed 3 days worth of guests into Wednesday's show. I mean, you name it, they're on Wednesday.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we have 5 guests.
David. Can you book 1 or 2 more, then we'll do the good, the bad, and the ugly, and call it a day.
You name it, we've got it. We've got Lee, we've got Seth, we've got Roy, we've got Chris Perkins. Let's see, I know I'm missing one more.
Bud Elliott.
And we have Bud Elliott. I mean, we just, once we start, we do the starting 5, and then Mark's on the phone the rest of the day.
Sounds like a plan to me. Speaking of which, time now for
The Starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting 5.
And the Starting 5 brought to you by Lee County, Florida. Huge week in Lee County, Florida this week. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism. And this week may come together more than any other week with multiple holiday basketball tournaments in Lee County, including the Fort Myers shootout at FSW. But we'll start with the NFL. Bucks got smacked on Sunday Night Football. So much for the Rams having a hangover after back-to-back division games against the Niners and Seahawks. Stafford with 3 first-half touchdowns. He'd win the MVP if they handed that sucker out right now. Rams 34-7 over the Bucks. The Rams, an NFC best 9-2. Bucks tied for first heading into tonight with the Carolina Panthers having lost 3 in a row. They're 6-5. The Jags winning the close ones in overtime. Trevor, Mark, has Trevor Lawrence become Jameis Winston?
right before our eyes?
Good Trevor, bad Trevor?
And can be all in the same, forget the same game. It can all be in the same quarter.
Yes, it can. He had 3 touchdowns to go with 3 interceptions. But the Jags, late in the 4th, score to take a lead. Arizona ties it, send it to overtime. Cam Little A 52-yard field goal ends up being the game winner in overtime. The Jags, thank you very much. They are 7-4 thanks to the 27-24 overtime win over the Cardinals. For the 5th time this year, the Giants had a double-digit fourth quarter lead and lost. You got to give it up, don't you? That's talent right there. That's well done, boys. Well done. The Lions said, whew, listen, we needed you to do that for us like you did for the Bears, okay? I mean, come on. If you're going to, don't play the NFC North favorites here. Gibbs with a huge day, 219 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns, including the game-winning 69-yard touchdown run in overtime. Lions 34-27 over the Giants. Detroit stays very much in it at 7-4. The Giants competing for the first overall pick at 2-10. Third overtime game was in Kansas City. Colts had them 20-9 in the fourth quarter. And then the Colts had 4 consecutive 3-and-outs while the Chiefs began to, be the Chiefs. Touchdown, 2-point conversion, cut it to 3. Late drive, they settled for the chip shot field goal to go to overtime. After a 3-and-out, they drive right down, another chip shot field goal. Chiefs rally, win in OT over the Colts, 23-20. Kansas City still very much out in the AFC, but they would have been done, put a fork in them if they had lost. Colts now just a game ahead of the Jags in the AFC South, and they're the 3 seed now in the AFC playoffs. Just saying.
And remember, 2 games between the Colts and the Jags still left on the schedule. A lot of division games for the Colts still left on the schedule.
Caleb Williams, 3 touchdowns. The Bears beat the Steelers in Chicago. They're now 13-1 all time against the Steelers in Chicago. 31-28 Bears. Steelers are out of the playoffs this morning. The Ravens and Steelers are tied. The Ravens have the tiebreaker, even though they've yet to play each other at 6-5. The Bears are atop the NFC North at 8-3.
And to me, the most important stat on the stat line for Caleb, which is honestly quite pedestrian. He did throw 3 touchdown passes. He was 19 of 35, 239 yards. He just took 1 sack. I mean, that was a number that was enormous a year ago. He's learning to get rid of the ball quickly in certain pass plays, and his elusiveness is extending plays on others. The kid's getting better. I don't know how good he'll be at the end of the day, but it's hard to not see the improvement of this young man.
I believe it's called coaching, Mark. I believe it's called coaching. Packers improved to 7-3-1. They overwhelmed J.J. McCarthy, but let's face it, right now J.J. McCarthy is overwhelmed, period. Did you see the stat? Apparently, Mark, I did not know this. I think it's the whole QBR thing, that if you as a quarterback took every snap and spiked the ball into the ground, you'd get like a 38 quarterback rating. J.J. McCarthy played yesterday for the Vikings, threw for 87 yards and 2 interceptions. His quarterback rating was worse than if you just spiked the ball into the ground on every play.
87 yards, 2 picks.
Correct. He is the worst quarterback in the NFL this century, with the exception of Jamarcus Russell statistically so far. Oh, boy. This could set that team back years. 23-6 Packers. Manuel Wilson, 107 yards and 2 touchdowns rushing. Derrick Henry, 2 touchdowns rushing. Ravens took care of the Jets, 23-10. They've won 5 in a row. They're 6-5. The Jets are 2-9. Patriots trailed 10-0, got a defensive score, had trouble at the red zone, settled for 4 field goals, but they held off the Bengals 26-20. Since he put a fork in them, they're 3-8. The Patriots are 10-2. 10-2. Best record in the National Football League belongs to the New England Patriots heading into Thanksgiving action. The Seahawks are 8-3. Sam Darnold, 244 yards and 2 touchdowns. Signs of life from the Titans offense, though, finally, but Seattle won 30-24. Shedeur Sanders, he was solid. He was fine. He's going to be talked about like he was one of the 10 greatest first starts in the history of the league. But he was good. He was solid. He was fine. Only 1 turnover. All right. He did throw a touchdown. It was a dump off pass to a running back who took it to the house. The pass was behind the line of scrimmage. But hey, it counts. And the Browns went on the road and won 24-10 over Vegas. Vegas fired Chip Kelly, their offensive coordinator, after the game. Cleveland 3-8. The Raiders 2-9.
Geno Smith was sacked 10 times in the game. 10.
Three of them by Myles Garrett. He has 6 games left. He needs 5.5 sacks to set the all-time sack record in a season. He's on pace for like 30 sacks. The record's 22.5. Falcons beat the Saints 24-10. Kirk Cousins, who's going to play the rest of the year, had 2 touchdowns. And the Eagles blew a 21-0 lead in Dallas. Cowboys rally and win 24-21. Eagles still comfortably in first, but this could hurt them come playoff seeding time. And the Cowboys are alive. They're alive at 5-5-1. So it's been announced over the weekend. Mike Norvell staying at Florida State. Luke Fickell staying at Wisconsin. Mike Loxley staying at Maryland. Dave Aranda staying at Baylor. Cal, however, said to Justin Wilcox, yeah, you're favored and you lost to Stanford by 3 touchdowns. 9 years. We don't want to see your face anymore. He gone. AP poll came out. For what it's worth, Oregon moved into the top 5. Miami at 13. James Madison, the top group of 5 team or group of 6 team, according to the AP. But the real poll comes out tomorrow night, the playoff committee poll. Baseball news, Mets and Texas Rangers are swapping veteran players. Brandon Nimmo, an outfielder, goes to Texas. Marcus Semien, a second baseman, goes to the Mets. Cubs signed reliever Phil Matone to a 2-year deal, and the Marlins sold off outfielder Jay Weimer to the Giants for cash. College hoops. This is holiday tournament week, baby. Tournaments in Vegas, Maui, Fort Myers, games on campus, big matchups in Chicago, San Francisco, San Diego, Orlando. A monster college basketball week and weekend. Check as much of it out as you can. There are terrific matchups everywhere, including in Fort Myers at the Fort Myers Shootout. The women also with matchups in Puerto Rico, Cancun, Virgin Islands, and Fort Myers. Check out the action at the Fort Myers tip-off. Tom Izzo in a little more than an hour here on Miller and Moulton. Rodney Rogers, a standout at Wake Forest and had a nice NBA career, passed away over the weekend at the age of 54. Golf season-ending LPGA event in Naples, and the number 1 golfer in the world, 22-year-old Gino Thidakul, won in back-to-back years. That's a $4 million payday, folks. Yeah. Nelly Korda finished 3rd. She's the number 2 golfer in the world and didn't win an event this year after 7 wins last year. Meanwhile, PGA Tour season-ending RSM Classic. Top 100 keep their cards. Finland's Sami Välimäki, a one-shot winner. Meanwhile, Matt Kuchar, Brandt Snedeker, Zach Johnson, Cameron Champ, Camilo Villegas, Kevin Kisner, all losing their cards. They can have conditional status. Kuchar can apply for a career earnings exemption and get it. Our buddy Frankie Sappin also didn't finish in the top 100. There is still Q School, and the top 5 finishers will get cards for 2026. NBA, Heat have won 4 in a row. They beat Philly by 10. They get Tyler Hero back tonight against Dallas. Magic shorthanded, lost in Boston, 138-129. Hawks have won 7 of 9. They beat Charlotte by 3. Okay, Donovan Mitchell with 37. Cavs over the Clippers, 120-105. Toronto's won 7 straight. They beat Brooklyn by 10. The Thunder are 17-1. The one team they lost to was Portland. They got revenge against the Blazers last night. They beat them by 27. The Spurs and Suns both have 11 wins on this young season. Phoenix beat the Spurs last night, 111-102. And give it up for the Lakers. They're 12-4. They edged Utah last night, 108-106. Hockey, 6 games. Colorado's going to win the Stanley Cup, at least if we awarded that sucker in, the winter of 2025.
Let's just see what happens in the postseason.
I know. I'm just saying they've lost once in 22 games in regulation this year.
Right.
Though. They've won 9 in a row. They beat Chicago 1-0 last night. This Celebrini kid from San Jose, he's a star. No, not an all-star. This kid is wow. All right. He sniped one last night, his 14th game-winning goal. All right. San Jose beat Boston 3-1. Islanders shut out Seattle 1-0 in a shootout. Boy, Carolina's the best team in the East. They went to Buffalo, lost 4-1. What the heck? Okay. The Wild have won 5 in a row. They shut out Winnipeg 3-0. And Calgary may have the worst record in the league, yet they've won 3 in a row. They beat Vancouver 5-2. Formula One, Mark, in Vegas, Max Verstappen a winner, but Lando Norris finished second, only to have he and his teammate Pietras get disqualified because he had a piece on his car at the bottom of it that was too thin. How thin was it? Literally by less than the width of a hair. But it was deemed too thin and he got disqualified. If he had kept the second place finish, he all but would have clinched the championship with 2 races left. By the way, NWSL, Gotham FC, after knocking off the top 2 seeds, Kansas City and Orlando, they beat Washington 1-0 to win the championship. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was a busy weekend. And the starting 5 big stories and thinner than a hair here on Miller and Moulton.
Post-race inspections and Gotham winning a championship. That's how we roll on the starting 5. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not 1 but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Football season is back and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Left Twix, they weren't good last year and did. I'm just saying. I don't see it either. I think Ohio State should blow their doors off, but I'm just saying. Let's see, what was the spread? Let's see if I can see what the spread in that game was a year ago. Yeah, Ohio State was a 19.5-point favorite a year ago and lost. This year it's 9.5. And Pius, I'm sure we'll all revert back to that. The problem with what the Patriots, they took a few years off and they got bad and we were like, good, we're sick of you. But they didn't even seem to, in fact, they didn't ever have the rebuild. They didn't, now they didn't have the 9-8, the 8-9, the 10-7 sneak into the playoffs. Now they've gone from the cellar to right now they've got the best record in the league.
Well, they had the one season. Like Brady left after 19. They struggled in 20. Then with Mac Jones, they won 10 games, made the playoffs, got destroyed. And then they had 3 bad years in a row. I will say during that time, they built a defense. Listen, I get a lot of things wrong, but I'm going to brag for 10 seconds. There are 4 players that I jumped up and down about in the draft. Okay. The left tackle for the Patriots, stud. Defensive tackle, young kid for the Browns, stud. Travion Henderson and Tyler Warren. I said Tyler Warren be offensive rookie of the year. Henderson finished second. I can't pick a game.
That's true. You were 4-3 this week.
I was. In
I
fact,
had to look up one of the games because I had no idea who won the Troy-Georgia State game.
Troy won and covered close, but
I
covered.
understand, but I mean, this morning I looked. I'm like, I've got to look up the score because I still don't know who won.
We'll get to it in a couple segments. It's pretty funny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. We've already covered a lot of ground. We'll probably cover some of it again. Like, what the hell is wrong with the field goal? Take the points, please. I'm begging you, will you please take the points?
You know, we're lucky enough to have Pat Kerwin on the show twice a week, damn near all year long. And Pat and his co-host, Jim Miller, were joking a lot during the off-season because the name of their show is Moving the Chains. And what did we eliminate in the off-season? The Chain Gang. And they had a lot of fun with that. Do we rename our show? Do we call it whatever? David, if we were to rename this very simplistically named show, Miller and Moulton, it would be Take the Damn Points, Coach.
Yes, it would. Miller and Moulton would be Take the Points.
Yes, take the points. That's, and you know what? If we lose by taking the points, we're comfortable with that. You know, as you were going through all the scores in that last segment, and you talked about the Patriots struggling in the red zone and kicked field goals. I started thinking to all the other teams, what if they would have just kicked field goals?
Now, there was one time early in the game in which the Patriots had a sequence where they had 6 plays from the 1 and didn't score any points at all. The rest of the game, Vrabel kicked field goals. He did. He just said, heck with it. Not going to go through that again. It's a close game. Going to take the points. Going to count on my defense. And they don't have Chase. And Higgins got a concussion in the middle of the game. And they're going to struggle to score. I'm going to take the points. And it worked. Didn't the first time. Very early in the game, he was on the goal line. He had 3rd and 4th and 1. Okay, then there was a penalty after not converting on 4th and 1, and he got 4 more cracks from the 1 and still couldn't get in. So they got nothing. 6 plays from the 1, they got nothing. And after that, he said, I don't care what any of you say. I don't want to know what analytics says. I'm sending the damn field goal kicker out there.
You know, I really can't wait for Jameis to retire and get a network job because he's going to be great.
Should be phenomenal.
But man, oh man.
He's fun.
Can Jameis do it all in one game or what?
He's fun. Come on now, if you're going to be 2-10, don't laugh. When the Giants decided, they were going to bench Wilson and they went to Dart, and once Dart got hurt, okay, people were like, well, listen, come on, put Jameis in. At least Jameis is fun. Okay, we may lose every game, but I'd rather lose watching Jameis than Russ.
I mean, he makes the catch, slips a tackle, and gets in for a touchdown, and the next possession throws a pick in his own end. I mean, that is Jameis. That is it right there.
Right there. 2 plays back-to-back. Catches a touchdown, throws a pick, which could have been crushing at the time. Right.
But he's fun.
And he throws the ball downfield. This does go back to his Florida State days with Jimbo. They were not, it's ironic that the biggest completion of his career was that little screen in the national championship game with under 2 minutes to go against Auburn, and the kid broke a tackle and nearly took it to the house, and it set up the winning score. Okay, because he and they threw the ball downfield, and Jameis likes to throw it downfield.
So that was just, I had to point that out. It was a little bit of fun, but this league, and now we get a short week, and I know it's Overreaction Monday. This is the one week I start looking ahead more quickly because we've got 3 games on Thursday. We've got a big game on Friday now with the Bears and the Eagles. I mean, this league has it figured out.
Mark, I mean, come on. We all, in fact, we bored our listeners all offseason by saying, listen, when the Bears and the Eagles play on Black Friday, they're going to be 2 first-place teams, and they're going to be tied in the standings. I mean, we all know that, right? Right? I mean, the storylines that this league's got going on right now, I mean, the writers are like elbowing themselves going, this turned out better than I thought. I mean, the Chiefs right now are the 10th seed in the AFC. Huh? How good is this? And the Cowboys are out, but they're entertaining. And we got them playing on Thanksgiving. Can we declare, by the way, loser out?
Well, yes.
It's
Yes,
early, I know, but
I
just
think we can.
okay, just let that marinate for a couple days. Is that an elimination game? Is that like a college football late regular season game where, losers out?
But
Just
then in
think
the
about
NFC North with the Lions playing against the Packers and then the Bears on Friday, by the time we get to Sunday, we could have a whole different idea of what we think about that division.
Who are you more worried about, Lions or Bucks?
Lions.
Is it
I
'cause of the
still think the
division?
Bucks will win the division because of what they have to play. Now, Carolina could surprise us all and win tonight. I don't see it happening. But Carolina, obviously, they win tonight. They're in first place.
Yeah, Right now, Carolina and Tampa Bay are both 6-5, but Carolina plays tonight in Frisco. Very rarely do you see it.
Carolina, however, not just tonight against San Francisco. They follow it up with the Rams. They've got 2 with the Bucks and 1 with the Seahawks the rest of the way. I mean, it's a tough schedule for a team that we don't think all that highly of. They will have to play over their skis if they're going to win the division.
Well, quite frankly, all they have to do is beat the Bucks.
I got you.
I mean, they could lose tonight to the Niners, they could lose to the Seahawks, they could lose to the Rams. But if they beat the Bucks twice, that's 8-8, and then I think, what do they have, a game left with Atlanta or New Orleans, something like that? I mean,
but the Bucks not only have the Panthers twice, they've got the Dolphins, they get the Falcons, they get the Saints, they have home for the Cardinals. The schedule lightens up for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, no, it lightens up a lot. The problem, Mark, is this is like a fighter going through the gauntlet here and has faced, 3 top 5 challengers in a row and has gotten his butt kicked by all 3 challengers, and it gets worse with every fight. Okay, and you still think so-and-so is a pretty good fighter, but you're worried now about the health of that fighter. Is this fighter going to be okay? We've got a little comeback tour over the next year. We've lined up like 4 easy fights, but are we sure he's okay? He's gotten the snot beat out of him for the last 3 fights.
Bucks very much Ernie Shavers in the last few, David.
No, there's no doubt. Love the 70s reference, by the way. There's absolutely love it. Very early 80s, he did fight Holmes for the title. Had him hurt, too. Had him hurt in the second round. That's a whole other story.
But right now, the Rams, with that very impressive win last night against the Bucks, it was week 5, week 6 of the season. We were talking about Baker Mayfield for the MVP. And right. I know Drake May's in the conversation, but right now it's Matthew Stafford's award to lose for those who care about those sort of things. I mean,
I don't see who else you could bring up, to be honest with you. That would be in the same league right now as Stafford. You can have other contenders, Jonathan Taylor, Drake May, I don't even know who you'd bring up, to be honest with you. I mean, clearly right now you could start engraving Myles Garrett as Defensive Player of the Year. If you want to put, I don't know how you can put Myles Garrett in the MVP conversation, considering he's on a 3-8 team, but he's having a historic season.
Matt Stafford has 30 touchdown throws. The next highest is a tie for second between Jared Goff and Dak Prescott with 23.
How many interceptions does he have?
2.
30-2.
2.
Right. That seems pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems okay. And while he was great last night, this is what now? 3 pretty poor defensive performances out of the Bucks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, the one, pick 6, which shouldn't have been a pick 6, and that goes against the defense. But the Rams just kind of ran out the clock in the second half. But Oh yeah, they're leaking oil everywhere, Mark. The injuries on offense, and now the most important injury. Baker's injured. He ain't hurt. Baker's injured. Okay, I mean, I'll bet you dollars to donuts that's a separated left shoulder. Now, he's tough as hell. He played through one of those in Cleveland. It cost him his career in Cleveland. Okay, because he kept insisting to go out there. He became inaccurate because of the front shoulder being messed up and it throws everything off. And the Browns, quit on him. And that's gone really well for Cleveland. But, I mean, Baker's injured. I think Baker needs to sit a game or two. I mean, when you don't get hit and you take yourself out of the game because the pain's so bad of your throwing shoulder, that's not a bruised shoulder. For a tough quarterback, I'm telling you, I'll bet he's injured. They may not tell us the truth, but I'll bet you he's injured.
And that would mean Teddy Bridgewater, Bucky Irving's supposed to come back next week. Can they? And this is the reason, David, that Bridgewater got the job. I mean, let's be honest. You and I have talked about this forever. Can your backup quarterback play 3 games and go 2-1 for you? We've already outlined the Bucs schedule. It's not difficult, but can it be manageable with a backup quarterback? Because if Tampa Bay is going to win the division and make it to the playoffs and do anything in the playoffs, you're probably right, David. It's not just about beating Carolina twice and winning the division. It's about being as healthy as you can when January starts. And in order to do that, Baker may have to miss a couple of games. Can they continue to win if he's out? And that defense has been a mess.
A mess.
They can't cover anybody.
And they've spent a lot of money on a couple of guys on the back end, too. Yeah. Going to have to get it together, and don't know now if they're good enough, even if they do get it together. That's what I was talking about earlier with the boxing analogy. Okay. Has our guy been beaten up so much that if he gives his best from now on, is it even going to be good enough?
Ibuka's kind of hit a wall. He was great for a few games. He looks like he's hit that rookie wall like so many players do. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers looked like world beaters a month and a half ago, and now they're reeling for their playoff lives. Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family-owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
kettle chips. It's 4:17 in the morning. Can't get my hands on much else. Next on the list would be cashews.
Wow. Enjoying the chips?
They're kettle chips. What can I tell you?
I can tell. You got the mic way up there. I can hear every bite. Look at them go. You got any French onion dip that you want for that?
I wish anything to soften them up. Adam, there's nothing that you've just typed that's not true. But you're 7-4. I mean, where's the happiness with being 7-4? You have a better record than the Ravens, the Steelers, and the Chiefs. I mean, I think we all have a tendency to get negative before positive. You're 7-4, Adam. Listen, he's probably never going to be the guy that we thought he could become. There's no doubt. And is he ever going to live up to that contract? Probably not. He's also the first one of these that franchise has ever had. I mean, let's face it. Come on. You want to go back? You want Bortles? You know, who was the other guy? Oh, God, I forget his name. The other top 5 pick they had. Who was... There you go. Blake Gabbert. No, Brunette. No.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We've got Tom Izzo coming up in 40 minutes. Jeff Cameron in a little over an hour. Because apparently Mike Norvell is going to be the Florida State football coach next year. And there aren't 3 people in Tallahassee that want that to be the case. Unfortunately, 2 of them are the athletic director and the university president. So that's an interesting situation in and of itself. There's a couple of those situations around the college football landscape, and we'll get into that a little bit later on. Jeff Cameron, a little more than an hour. Tom Izzo in 40 minutes. Mark, do you remember late last week? Mostly me, but you also. We just kind of said, listen, this is how bad we are with picking games this year, and that this is how you know that the stank has just stuck to us this year. Okay, that even when we have sound logic attached to our picks, we end up losing in ways that are difficult to imagine. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago when I took the 5 best teams against the spread in college football in the season?
Right.
I put no thought into it at all. I literally just looked up the record ATS, and I said, I'm taking the top 5 teams against the spread. And they went 1-4 against the number that week.
Right.
One of the teams losing for the first time against the spread all year. Right. So 2 weeks later, we go the other way. Let's take the 5 worst teams against the number all season and bet against them. Why? Because they're the 5 worst teams against the number. Yeah. I went 2-3 in those games.
You did, David.
Yep.
You did.
Right.
I had to look up one of the games this morning because I grabbed the notebook yesterday the day before I do the last 2 segments on this show. For those of you that don't listen, or today was a day when, and the good, the bad, and the ugly. I try to get all that done the night before, much like David does most of the starting 5 as much as he can the night before. It just makes our mornings a little easier.
Right.
And so when I pulled the computer out last night to do it in about the second quarter of the Bucs game, I looked at the picks and I went, Troy and Georgia State. I didn't even look it up on the phone at that point. I said, are you kidding me? Did he really pick Troy against Georgia State?
Yes, because no team was worse against the spread in the country this season than Georgia State, and they were 1-9 against the number, and thankfully they're 1-10 against the number because Troy with the 10.5 covered. I think they won by 12. Right. But to review, the 1 week we took the 5 best teams in the country against the spread and went 1-4. 2 weeks later, we took the 5 worst teams against the spread, bet against them, and went 2-3. If it wasn't for the 2 picks that I made on my own, I would have had a losing week. That's when you know, just stop. I should stop. Okay? Those of you, you have to bet against me the rest of the year. Because even when I have the most sane logic imaginable, I'm still losing. I mean, I'm 3-7 with those 2, premises, if you will. Those are winning premises. Those are 7-3, 8-2, 9-1 premises. And I went 3-7.
I got you. But David, I'm going to chastise you a little bit because you gave one of our regular chat room people a hard time because they were all over. He was all over the team he roots for's quarterback. And you're like, hey, come on, they're 7-4. Isn't that enough for you? And David, as you sit here and complain about taking the good teams against the spread or going against the bad teams against the spread, you did go 4-3 this week.
I did.
You had a winning week. David, just stop there. For a guy who on the season is 39-60.
Thank you. Thank you.
39-60. 21 games below 500. The Colorado Rockies are looking at you right now going, not bad. And to complain about a couple of picks, I think is something you shouldn't be allowed to do because I don't pick as many games as you do. And I'm telling you right now, I don't know what my method is. I've got a couple of ideas. I'm playing golf on Wednesday. It's too late then. I might have to go to the range on Tuesday, go to the store. I'm going to walk up to random people and just ask them what they think. Because, David, I went 1-3-1, and that's only because Arizona gave me a tie getting 3. I have now reached the point where I am 10 games below 500. And with rivalry week coming, look out. For the first time ever, I'm going beyond 5. You can write it down. I'm picking at least 10 games. Hell, I might pick 12.
Wow. I don't know if we have time for all these picks on Wednesday. Remember, we've rebooked. We have 5 guests, and now you're making double-digit picks? Uh-oh. That Wednesday show's done.
By the way, Lee Sterling, 1-3-1. Thank you very much. And he got his game of the week wrong, which was funny because we know what Lee's game of the week is before he makes the pick. We don't know what he's picking, but we know what the game is. And David, before Lee sent his text of what his game of the week is, he goes, just want to let you know, don't care what Lee's pick is, I'm taking the Bears.
Turns out Lee's game of the week was the Steelers in 2.5. And obviously they lost by 3.
So a winning week for David, and he clobbered me in our straight-up NFL picks. I had a 1-game lead. We had 4 games that we differed on. David went 4-0 on those games.
We literally switched weeks. The same thing happened the week before. Disagreed on 4, and Mark got all of them right. So that's in a nutshell how it went this weekend. I'll say it again, though. If the playoffs started today, the Lions, the Chiefs, the Steelers, the Texans, remember, they've won the division 2 straight years. The Lions, the Chiefs, the Steelers, and the Texans would all be out. Right now, the Lions are tied with San Francisco at 7-4. The Niners have a better conference record. Niners play tonight. It's a huge game. I don't know how much interest there is in this game. I don't think there's much. I mean, it's Carolina and San Francisco. That doesn't scream, I got to watch. But in the NFC standings, this is a really big game. Really big game. San Francisco wins. The Packers are the 7 seed at 7-3-1. Which is kind of making the point as to, hey, even if Dallas gets it going here, it's 2 games back. You know, they Cowboys can only afford 1 more loss the rest of the year. I mean, you've got to think you got to get to 10 wins if you're going to make the playoffs in the NFC.
Right.
It might even be 11.
10-6-1. You know what? If you told them before the season, you can put 10-6-1 on the board now. Who wouldn't sign up for that? Either conference.
Agreed. And that's in the case of both Green Bay and Dallas, that's probably the minimum. Can't go 9-7-1. Giants with that record made the playoffs 3 years ago. That's not going to be good enough in this year's NFC. Meanwhile, even with the win, the Chiefs right now at 6-5 are behind Houston. Don't they play coming up here soon? Chiefs and Texans?
Yes.
They're behind the Steelers. But also the last 3 teams in the playoffs in the AFC, the wild cards, Buffalo, they've lost to. Jacksonville, they've lost to. The Chargers, they've lost to. It's a tough road ahead for the Chiefs.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This weekend, Artisans Unite, the artistry of fine jewelry.
And the artistry of fine dining at our favorite Sales in Naples.
With your Diamond District purchase of $2,500 or more, you'll receive $1,000 unforgettable dining experience at Sales.
Where flavors of Europe join and every detail is a masterpiece.
Celebrate brilliance in jewelry this weekend at the Diamond District.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
The 2025 Industry Appreciation Awards in Fort Myers have wrapped up, but the celebration of business excellence continues, hosted by the Lee County Economic Development Office, Horizon Council, and Horizon Foundation. This annual event honors the innovators, job creators, and community builders driving the region forward. Visit industryappreciationawards.com to see this year's winners and learn how local businesses are shaping a stronger, more resilient economy for Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, Michael, we said it an hour ago. We know you were sleeping. We said, he was fine. He was competent. Stayed for the most part out of the way. Made a couple nice throws, one bad one. Okay. If I were Cleveland, I would feed a little raw meat to the customers. They have back-to-back home games coming up. I'd play them in both. I would. I think the fan base wants to see them. They've seen Dylan. They have their opinions.
Unbelievable. This guy about the college baseball just lit, I don't know, us up again. I for the life of me, I mean, listen to another show. If we're that effing bad. Been doing this for 20 years. We got a pretty good gauge on what our audience likes. It's not flipping college baseball in November.
I was going to say there isn't any.
Right.
What are we supposed to be talking about?
We do a fair job covering the Florida schools, by the way.
Yes. We have a chance to be somewhat successful.
I literally said, I said, people don't care about college baseball until this is what I said last week, until the College World Series, with the exception of a few markets. The media covers what people watch. He waited all weekend to give this response. The media covers what people watch. You know what that means? It means they will never cover something new, a self-contradicting statement. How the F you know what people don't watch has never been shown. Pure AI speak, which is nothing more than an arrogant, chest-beating lie when you add the explanation point. I was simply offering a nugget. Upcoming events in your home state is something you cover or know. I mean, the national champions are coming to your home state for an early season tournament. That includes a school from your home state and 2 prominent Midwest schools who don't get to play home games in February. I don't get why that's not something you guys might entertain. I mean, geez, it sounds like you've drawn a line in the sand. I've been doing this for 20 years. We don't cover college baseball. David, like I said to him, my response was,
Oh, I think he's talking college hoops there. I think he switched.
No. This is all about the LSU coming to Jacksonville. This is all off the college baseball.
Oh,
this is about a
really?
college baseball tournament in February with Indiana, Notre Dame, and UCF. And
Okay,
LSU.
I thought he was talking about the South Carolina women's basketball team playing FGCU next month. Wow. No, he's talking about college baseball in February?
Correct.
Huh.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Tom Izzo is scheduled to join us then. Yes, thrilled to have the Hall of Fame coach.
And his cell phone number.
Some of us happier than others. Maybe a proud Michigan State alum is a part of the show. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A lot of college hoop this week, holiday tournaments everywhere, a handful of college basketball tournaments, men's and women's in Southwest Florida alone, including a men's and women's tournament at the Fort Myers Tip-Off, and Tom Izzo in Michigan State, along with North Carolina, the headliners of that. They will play on Thanksgiving Day. It will be nationally televised. I believe North Carolina has St. Bonaventure tomorrow, and your Spartans have your son's alum, right?
Alma mater, East Carolina and Michigan State, 1:00 tip. I'm taking my mother. She's never seen a Michigan State basketball game. She's been to countless Spartan football games over the years because our family had season tickets for as long as I can remember. And I was actually going to bring a friend of mine. He got in a little bit of a car wreck and just doesn't feel up to it. So I'm bringing Mom. So we're going to the game tomorrow. She's pretty excited. Can I just have a minute here, David? Because I don't just screw up on making picks. I screw up on lots of things. And I was saved yesterday by my daughter. My daughter had a little event to go to, and she came downstairs before and we were talking, and she says, "What'd you get, Mom?" And I literally looked at her and I went, "For what?" Today's my wedding anniversary.
Yes, it is.
And with things that are going on in my life, lot going on.
There is.
And and people coming in for Thanksgiving, which I love and I'm getting ready for. It didn't dawn on me that today was my anniversary. I mean, I know what day it is. I mean, hell, I'm aware I was there.
It was a Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was that particular year. It was the last Saturday in November. Yeah.
Right. It was a Thanksgiving weekend. Had a wonderful wedding, great celebration. Right. It was a great time.
Right. I sent a check because I had to go to work.
Yeah, you had to work.
I did. I apologize. I tried to put a little extra on the check than normal, but
So when the daughter said, "What'd you get her?" it hit me like a Mike Tyson first round punch between the eyes. I went, "Oh no." Now, fortunately, believe it or not, I have been accumulating some Christmas gifts, some little things for my wife. So it's really, my wife likes certain things. So the gift part was easy. I mean, you can't go wrong with a massage for your wife at any point. She's never going to be upset about that. And I know the girl who does her massages. I was able to get a gift certificate very quickly, but I had to have something to give her with it. But I literally had to take off. My wife had to drop my daughter off for an event yesterday, and I looked at my daughter. I said, the minute you walk out the door, I am flying out the door behind you to get to the store to get a card. And my daughter had one of the most blank-eating grins on her face. Bye, Dad, we're leaving now.
Wow, she saved
me.
Oh my goodness.
Saved me.
That would have haunted you forever.
For whatever reason, this month has just flown by. It doesn't seem like we're at the end of November, and this baby's over. College football season's coming to an end, and rivalry week and all of those things. But yeah, I without the daughter, I would have blown this. And I've never come close to blow. I do a good job with these things. I remember, I get gifts, I get cards, flowers, the whole thing. What a loser.
Whew. Good save there by the daughter. At the very least, I'd give her that phone back.
She's got it back. She's on vacation this week.
All right. If you can humor me for 10 minutes, what was settled, if anything, this weekend in college football? Did anybody, in your estimation, win and clinch a spot in the playoffs, no matter if they were to lose this coming weekend or potentially in a conference championship game? Or was this almost a mulligan weekend?
It was largely a mulligan weekend, David. I do think, they're not in for sure, but obviously Oklahoma had a very nice win against Missouri, but that team's flawed. Man, their offense stinks. A lot of people think Notre Dame locked their spot in. Now, they play Stanford next week, and that should be a win. But, David, I think there are plenty of scenarios out there in which Notre Dame can, even by winning this weekend, can still miss the playoffs. I'm curious if the committee decides that they were wrong last week and flips Alabama and Notre Dame this week to give themselves the out that they need if certain scenarios happen.
Well, it'd be pretty rich to drop a team down a spot when they go out and win 70-7.
I understand. I got you.
And it was against a Power 4 school too.
It wasn't against
Mercer.
They did get help in that Pitt clobber Georgia Tech. So that leaves another good win. Had Georgia Tech won that game, it may have changed it. But they have definitely, the committee that is, taken a lot of heat this week about where Alabama and Notre Dame are ranked. But Alabama, their glaring loss was worse because Florida State lost. I'm just telling you, Notre Dame, even with, I believe they're in. I believe they're 98% in, maybe 99%, David. But there are a bunch of scenarios that could put Notre Dame's spot, to me, in jeopardy. First
Alabama.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Alabama's the 5th ranked team heading into tomorrow night's playoff committee rankings in the SEC. So that's simple math. In order for the SEC or any conference to get 5, it means that, let's just say 5 in the SEC, 3 in the Big Ten. That only leaves room for 1 Big 12, 1 ACC, 1 Group of 6, and a spot for Notre Dame. So if you have Alabama in, it means the Big Ten can't get 4 unless they do so at the expense of Notre Dame. And that's why if Michigan were to beat Ohio State, Michigan's 10-2 versus Notre Dame's 10-2. Notre Dame has just destroyed teams lately. By the way, did Pitt help Notre Dame Saturday or what?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Notre Dame toyed with Pitt, and Pitt toyed with Georgia Tech.
Georgia Tech's been a grease fire the last month. I mean, they ended up winning. They lost the NC State game. They barely won the BC game, and then they lost to Pitt here. I mean, they had it all in front of them.
Quick sidebar. There are 3 teams tied for the top spot in 2 conferences, the ACC and the American. Here's what you need to know. In the ACC, you've got Virginia, SMU, and Pitt. Virginia and SMU control whether or not they get to Charlotte. They win, they're in the championship game. There's nothing Pitt can do about it. Had a hell of a season in conference, some impressive wins, but they would lose the tiebreaker. Virginia and SMU win, they go to Charlotte. Tulane, Navy, and North Texas tied in the American. Tulane and Navy, if they win, they're in. Navy, I believe, has to go to Memphis on Thanksgiving. Tulane and Navy control whether or not they play for the conference title. North Texas needs one of them to lose. Scenarios for South Florida and Miami, very difficult. Very difficult. But obviously, they would need most of all the teams that I've just mentioned to lose.
But if BYU wins this week against Central Florida, which they should, UCF, whatever you want to call them, by the way, nice conference win, UCF. Good job. You got it done against Oklahoma State. Congratulations. But if BYU wins that game and then they beat Texas Tech, do you believe that both go, David?
Well, yes, I do. Here's the other thing that the committee would have to answer. Somebody in the room would mention, BYU went 10-2 last year. We didn't give them an at-large, just so you know. So you mean to tell me this year they're going to go 12-1 and we're not going to give them an, okay?
Well, if they're 12-1, they got an auto bid.
Right. But, okay, how about this? So they go 11-1 this year
11-1, right.
and make it to the conference championship game. We're not going to give them. So when we give either Alabama or Notre Dame their spot, I just want to say this out loud. They went 10-2. We thought the conference wasn't good enough last year. They go 11-1 this year. They lose to a top 6 team in the country, is their one, and we're not going to put them in this year. I just want you guys to say it out loud. It was kind of like Collinsworth and the rules official last night with Kate Otten. So I just want to go through this again. We agree he has possession of the ball. Yes. His knee is down when the defender makes contact with him. Yes. But it's not a catch? No. Got it. So, yes, one of the flies in the ointment, Mark, an 11-1 BYU. Michigan beating Ohio State.
Right.
Hey, for that matter, what if Vandy beats Tennessee?
I mean, Michigan, Vandy, Miami, if they were 10-2, they'd all be raising their hand. And I'll be interested to see how far USC drops. Pitt will jump back into the playoff rankings because those are Notre Dame's 2 best wins. And apparently their 2 losses are far more important than their wins.
Now, they're destroying people. If you watch them play right now, it certainly looks as if they're worthy of a playoff spot.
But David, help me out. Of these teams that they beat, stop me when I've hit one that's bowl eligible. Arkansas. I guess, is Boise bowl eligible? They're close.
They are.
NC State, USC will make a bowl. BC, Navy will make a bowl. Pitt, Syracuse will make a bowl. I mean, they're beating up on bad teams.
I believe NC State with the win over the Knowles, doesn't that make them bowl eligible?
That gave them number 6.
Yep. So it's more when you say ranked teams. Okay.
Well, the ranked, yeah. And I mean, if Miami destroys Georgia Tech, if Miami just beats Georgia Tech will probably fall out of the rankings.
Correct. All right. Meanwhile, Pitt really helping Notre Dame, and Pitt has Miami this week, But like Pitt jumped back into the AP top 25. Be interesting to see if tomorrow night Pitt goes back into the playoff committee's top 25.
Oh, I think they will. I think you can book it. So do I think Notre Dame's in? Yes. But there are things that could happen that will make it very interesting.
Off the top of your head, gut feeling. Oregon goes to Washington and loses. Oregon or Notre Dame. They both be 10-2. They both will have beaten USC at home.
Oh, I think Notre Dame would go before. If it's one, I think it would be Notre Dame.
You think Notre Dame would go over Oregon?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Even though Oregon, unless Michigan beats Ohio State, Oregon would be the third place team in the Big Ten. Okay? Because that's, we're trying to throw scenarios out there for everybody. It's going to be a short week for us on the air, a short week for everybody with the holiday a lot. And then next thing you know, this weekend's going to come and results are going to happen and big picture. Oh, what does this mean? So we're just throwing it all out there right now.
They've emphasized the losses so much because if Oregon were to lose, that means what their two losses would be Indiana and Washington, an unranked team. In Notre Dame, be Miami and A&M. I'm telling you, I think Notre Dame gets in.
So that means that Oregon did not clinch a playoff spot with their win over USC. If you agree with Mark. If you disagree with Mark, then Oregon's in.
Michigan has to beat Ohio State, and BYU's got to win the Big 12. But Notre Dame's not in for sure. Miller and Moulton. Tom Izzo next.
The 2025 Industry Appreciation Awards in Fort Myers have wrapped up, but the celebration of business excellence continues, hosted by the Lee County Economic Development Office, Horizon Council, and Horizon Foundation. This annual event honors the innovators, job creators, and community builders driving the region forward. Visit industryappreciationawards.com to see this year's winners and learn how local businesses are shaping a stronger, more resilient economy for Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, if after you introduce him, let me ask the first question because I looked something up over the weekend. He was an assistant in 1990. The Georgia Tech game.
Okay. They just sent a text and said, can you keep it to 10 minutes? I said, sure, the segment's 13 minutes long. I said, but yeah, we'll get them out a minute or two early.
All right. I'm going to call him right now. No answer.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hoping to catch up with Michigan State men's basketball coach Tom Izzo. And in fact, the coach is on the line now. Coach, it's David and Mark. It's Miller and Moulton. Welcome to Southwest Florida. How are you?
David and Mark, I'm doing good. Thanks.
Coach, I was looking some stuff up this weekend. I'm a proud Spartan alum. And it dawned on me Saturday that you were an assistant on one of the great days I had in my life that actually brought me back to Michigan State. I was in Southwest Florida. I had taken a term off of school and was 4 friends came down to kind of drag me back to college. And on that day in 1990 was a Sweet 16 game between Michigan State and Georgia Tech. And I was just curious what your memories are. And I know it was a tough loss and it stunk for all of us. But I was just curious. You were an assistant on Judd Heathcote's team. Just your memories of Coach Heathcote, your memories, if you have any of that game, and maybe how disappointed it was that Judd never got to another Final Four.
Yeah, and that would have been the year because we had Steve Smith, Mark Montgomery, Matt Stegen, Poplawski. We had a good team, and what I remember about it, the ball was still in the hands of Kenny Smith when he hit the 3 to send it, or the 2 to send it into overtime as the clock went out. So I always teased Kenny about that when I go on his radio show, that that was the game that should have never been, and we would have played Minnesota. We had beaten twice to get to a Final Four that year. And so, yeah, disappointing, but I still remember the paper with the ball in his hand and the clock at 0. And so, yeah, let's see, that's 10, 20, 30, 5 years later, it still bothers me.
Me too, Coach. Me too. It's
well, maybe we can bring up something a little better, like in town for the Fort Myers tip-off, where it's about 30, 40 degrees warmer than Michigan this time of the year. So you're 3 weeks into the season, Coach. How do you like your team?
Well, I mean, we've won some big games, but I'm not sure I'm ready to canonize anybody just because college basketball is so screwed up with the new rules. Everybody's struggling to find who their team really is. I have 4 or 5 guys back, which is odd, and so it makes it a little better now. I'd say it's going to take till the middle of December before anybody really knows. I feel sorry for the guys who pick the top 25 because they really have no clue. I don't feel sorry for it. It's even worse for the gamblers and bettors because I don't know how you bet on games, and I don't know how good we are, how good the teams are. I don't know who could. So it's a little bit of a strange time in college basketball right now. The first month of the season is going to be more figuring out who's got what than it is how good anybody is.
Is it, I guess, how much harder is it, if it is at all, to motivate a player today? What are your difficulties today versus when you started getting players motivated, whether it's to practice, to play, whatever the case may be?
Yeah, it's the distractions. I mean, the distractions of back then. There was what days you're talking about. There was no social media. There was no talk radio. There was no internet. There was no Twitter. So we had less people mad at you. But it is more difficult because I think we've okayed it that if the going gets tough, get the hell out of Dodge, and so it is harder to motivate people. Relationships to me are more important, but it's hard to get them because nobody stays long enough to have them.
Tom Izzo, legendary Michigan State men's basketball coach, kind enough to join us on Miller and Moulton, and all our guests joined us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Michigan State, North Carolina, East Carolina, St. Bonaventure, the headliners for a week-long Fort Myers tip-off in Fort Myers. Coach Belichick openly talked about how he still was using September, even though the games counted in the standings, as like an extension of training camp, that he couldn't get everything he wanted in, etc. I'm just curious, at what point in a season do you begin to feel kind of like, all right, now I feel like we can go forward the way I want us to go forward?
Well, basketball is a little easier to get your stuff in because you get some summer practices and that compared to football. The problem with football is some of these programs have 40, 50 new guys every year. And so that is hard for Coach Belichick and a lot of football coaches. I think it takes 3-4 games, just like I think it'll take us, as I said, to the middle of December, so a month and a half into the season to figure out who's got what and how much that matters. So, yeah, it's a different era in that respect, and most of it is because of the transfer portal and all the new pieces. And you can have great players, but if they don't fit together and connect, it's not as, it is a team sport. It's not tennis or golf or boxing, so you have to rely on other people, which means there has to be a connection. And that's probably the hardest thing coaches are finding in this new world we live in.
Coach, against Kentucky, you guys shot the ball unbelievably well from beyond the arc, but you're a team that maybe I'm wrong, doesn't shoot threes as much as others. What style is it you want this team to become?
Well, I still want to be able to defend, rebound, and run the same thing it's been for 30 years because I think in football, you can have all these new passing offenses and that. Usually the best defensive teams win. But I do want to keep improving our offense. Some teams are taking 33s a game. We're taking about 20. And, could we up that a little bit? 100% if we shoot it a little better. And if we don't, that's a pretty good number. And hopefully we're going to get better at it. But, I think it still comes down to can you take care of the ball? Can you defend? Can you rebound just like in football? Can you block and tackle and not turn the ball over? There's certain things that doesn't matter what the new regime is. Every 5 years when somebody comes up with something new, the basics are the basics, and I really, truly believe that.
In the future, do you see more holiday tournaments? Like, I guess Alaska's been replaced by one in Vegas. You're obviously in Fort Myers for this week. Do you see the holiday tournaments continuing over the next few years?
It's hard to say. I really don't know. I think, unfortunately, you're going to see the Alaskas, Hawaii's, Bahamas, just because of financial situations, drift apart a little bit, and people would rather stay in time zones. I know for us, this is better just because of the time zone we're in and everything, but I don't know. I'm having enough trouble keeping track of my team. I don't know if I can predict. One thing I'm not is a guy that puts on these tournaments, so I don't know what's going to happen with that. But I think right now teams are trying to play good people. I'm trying to play good people home and away, and we have some of those games this year.
When you look at the toughness factor of your team, because you talked about defense and rebounding, that's always been paramount for your teams. Is it more difficult to make a team tougher today, and why?
Well, yeah, because everybody gets a trophy, we've had that forever. Everybody gets a trophy, and because everybody gets a trophy, I think society's softer. Don't you agree?
Yes.
In general, and so that means teams are softer. That's just the way it is. And then how do you get them tougher? Well, you push them. How do you push them? When they can transfer whenever they want. These are all things that we've had to deal with and that we will deal with, but it is more difficult than it used to be, and hopefully we're finding a way. I like the direction my team is headed, and we'll see if we can continue to do that as time marches on here. This is a big tournament weekend for us, and we'll get a better idea where we're at.
How tough are these tournaments in terms of preparation? I mean, you get one practice for East Carolina, and then a half practice, half walkthrough maybe for North Carolina? I mean, are these tough to play in?
Well, the East Carolina one, we've had 3 days. The Carolina one, we'll have 1 day. So, yeah, it's a little more it's a little tougher, but it kind of prepares you for the NCAA tournament. We have 1 day prep, so it's not all bad. And as long as it's the same for both teams, I don't have a problem with that. It's just, Well, I think it's good timing. I'm glad we're here. I think it's a good tournament for us. I'm sure feels the same way about the one-day prep. That's the one that's more difficult. I mean, East Carolina and us have had 3-4 days, and then Carolina and us, we both have one day.
Michigan State and East Carolina tomorrow, St. Bonaventure in North Carolina tomorrow night, and then Michigan State and North Carolina on Thanksgiving. He's Tom Izzo, the head coach of Michigan State. Coach, thanks so much for doing this. Enjoy your trip to Southwest Florida. Looking forward to watching the game tomorrow.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot, man. See ya.
Tom Izzo joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Appreciate him fitting us into his schedule.
He loves interviews.
He doesn't say no. He doesn't say no very often, though.
No, he does. It was early for him. I think he had a late night last night with the alumni.
Yeah, they arrived mid-afternoon, I believe, late afternoon into RSW. And you're right, because there are a decent number of Big Ten alumni for all the schools in along the I-75 trail there. And so, yes, when you come down here, you got to do some handshaking and backslapping and
yeah, and as you well know, David, some of the people you're handshaking and backslapping in this part of the world are important to your program.
Right. Yeah.
They're the ones that are flying down to their third homes on their private jets.
Right.
So, yes. But Michigan State tomorrow, East Carolina, St. Bonaventure, North Carolina tomorrow night, and then Michigan State, North Carolina, 4:30 on Big Fox on Thanksgiving, right after the Lions game.
Right. Fox's Thanksgiving lineup. If they've got the Detroit game, then they do college hoops after it. If they have the Cowboys game, then they do college hoops before it. It's a week of college hoops, though, when the Fort Myers tip-off. Okay, there's two men's divisions. There's a mid-major division that also plays tonight and Wednesday night. There's a women's tournament that runs through the weekend. FortMyersTipOff.com. You can get your tickets. Don't know how many remain still for North Carolina and Michigan State.
I doubt very many, if any at all. That's a tough. It's been a tough ticket since it went on sale, even on Thanksgiving Day.
So want to fit in some college hoops, and obviously, whenever we get a chance to talk to Coach Izzo, thrilled to have him on Miller and Moulton. Jeff Cameron in 25 minutes. Thanks for listening.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or NolanAgency.com.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think that's the 5th time we've had him on
Is it?
over the years.
Yeah. Ball was in his hands at zeros. He remembers the same thing I remember.
Well, the ball was in his hands at zeros. The toe was on the line.
Well, they went to overtime. They did count it as a 2, and it went to overtime, and they lost. I had that wrong. I rewatched. Yeah, that's right. Over the weekend, while having coffee Saturday morning, I watched the end of the Michigan State Georgia Tech game.
That's because I text him dinner time on Friday and said, I think we're getting Coach Izzo on Monday.
I wish they shot more threes, Panda. It's my one, and I would never start complaining to Tom Izzo about his program. I'm a little better than that. But I've always thought they lacked the sharpshooter. That's not something he likes to get, the guy who can just bury threes.
Yeah. When's the last time Michigan State had a Kyle Macy? By the way, could I date myself there?
Just a little bit.
Do you know
that day was the day I decided I was going back to college.
Huh. Because of the
loss?
loss?
No. Because my employer would not give me a shift off. I had to work the dinner shift, and my buddies all came down from Michigan State. They were at another friend's house in Daytona at the one kid's parents, and they all came down to my place. And we had 5 of us staying at my grandma's place. My grandma was very happy with that. Actually, she loved it. But we went out had an epic day. Drank a gazillion beers. Just had other than that loss, the most epic day ever. But I called to get the day. I was like, no, you got to work. And I hung up the phone and I said, well, I guess I quit, boys. And they all started laughing. They went, we didn't even have to put the hard press on you to come back to school. And we ripped it up, and the place called, no, you can have the shift off. I said, no. I've worked doubles every day for 3 months. I asked for 1 shift off. You told me no. Go blank yourself. I quit. And I went back to college.
But you learned a lesson right there, that basically, unless you're the boss, you're going to get effed.
Well, no, because I was so pompous that I just quit. It didn't even affect me. It's like, I'm done.
Right. Went from making money to spending money. Right.
Yep. God, I made a lot. Free place to stay.
Yep.
1990.
You were crushing it.
Crushing
it. You were what, 2021?
20.
Crushing it.
Marco Island in 1990. A little different place.
You mean the number 1 ranked college hockey team, Martin, in the country?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. It's an Overreaction Monday. Predominantly football, although we did just talk with Tom Izzo, Michigan State men's basketball coach.
He could have done the whole interview on football if we would have wanted to.
Oh, there's no doubt. You should have saw the animated conversation that he had in the booth with Brad Nessler and Gary Danielson at halftime of the Michigan State-Penn State game. Remember, college halftimes are 20 minutes. Pro halftimes are 12. College halftime's 20 minutes. You can order a Starbucks and finish it in a college halftime. You can start a conversation and it can go. And it was kind of funny. We had to, tap Brad and Gary on the shoulder and go, "Hey, 2 minutes, we're going live." It's like, okay, guess we'll wrap this up.
You know, I wasn't going to ask him, but they got a decision to make with their coach. Do you know that Sparty's never, ever had a complete? They had a winless season with a tie once. If they don't beat Maryland on Saturday, it will be their first complete offer since joining the Big Ten in 1953. I don't know how you keep your job after that. I don't. They should have beaten Iowa. They should have beaten Iowa, and no one cares, but they should have beaten Iowa, and they blew that game on Saturday.
And what's the buyout in the mid-30s?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yep.
But it's not a check. It's like, monthly
payments.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay.
But he's another. I mean, with all these coaches fired and Fickle's staying and Norvell's staying and some of these mid-tier coaches are staying, they've got a decision to make as well.
Apparently Loxley's staying at Maryland. Aranda's staying at Baylor. Very interesting in Baylor because the AD just got forced out. And don't know if that helped Aranda or not. But they came out and said, "But we got a lot going on right now with Dave. You've got at least another year at Baylor." Okay. So along those lines, a couple things I want to correlate here. Urban Meyer in the swamp Saturday night. To the Gator faithful out there, what was that like? Wearing the Gator attire, with where you are now, everything that you've gone through since Urban left 15 years ago. Just curious the thoughts, which of course leads you to who's going to be next to try to bring Florida back to where Urban had it. Never mind where the HBC had it. Mark, you and I both like Lane a lot. You and I are all in on the Lane train. Mention the school, we go Lane. We have for a couple years. All right? We know he's got personal shortcomings. We know he has coaching shortcomings. But you and I are all in on the Lane train.
Yep. And as much for Florida as anyone else, because we've talked about this for a decade on this show, maybe longer. Florida doesn't just want to win. They want to win and look a certain way. And they want their coach to have some bravado. And I mean, there's not a box that Lane doesn't check off that it's what Florida fan, Florida alum wants.
Don't you find this situation, though, interesting? Apparently, he has 3 identical offers, although LSU, by certain reports, has tried to throw even more money on top for players. Of course, it may not be legal, literally. So, once again, LSU messier than everyone else involved. But reportedly, Mark, it's basically 3 identical offers.
Identical.
Right. And Lane has let it be known that after the Egg Bowl, he will decide. By the way, there was growing sentiment, and you and I disagreed on this a week or so ago. There is growing sentiment in Oxford that even if he wins the Egg Bowl on the road, and posts the 11-1 and guarantees Ole Miss a trip to the playoff. And let's be honest, when's the last time Ole Miss had a shot to win a national championship in football? Think about it.
Has there been one?
Well, you'd have to go back to the 60s. In the early 60s, they posted a couple of undefeated seasons in which, if it wasn't the whole segregation and what have you, and basically the voters in the North held it against the Southern schools, and Ole Miss could have, under Coach Vaught, won a natty in the early 60s, Mark, but the Northern writers were not going to vote the SEC team the national championship. I think they finished 3rd with an undefeated team. But And in 2014, they had it going on where they were a fluke lateral in an Arkansas game away from representing the West in the SEC championship. So, they were on the precipice. Eli Manning senior year, Mark, they hosted LSU. The winner would represent the SEC West in the SEC championship game. Ole Miss lost by 3 at home. Their kicker missed 2 very makeable field goals. So, I mean, they've been on the precipice of having a shot, but this would be a true shot. They'd be in. They'd get a home game, by the way.
Yes, they will. I mean,
It'd be worth millions.
They win the Egg Bowl, they have a home game. Period.
Right.
End of sentence.
But there's growing feeling that if they win and secure the playoff spot and get the home playoff game, but he announces he's a lame duck and he's going either to Baton Rouge or Gainesville, that the folks at Ole Miss pull a Bo Schembechler and they say, well, we're going to have an Ole Miss guy coach Ole Miss in the playoffs.
Yeah, I can't think of a dumber idea. I mean, I really cannot. He's their offensive coordinator. He's calling the plays. Your team's built on the offense that Lane built. I'm sorry, Ole Miss. For 2 years, I thought he was staying. I really did. It doesn't look like it now, although he still may stay. But his words don't sound like a guy that's staying in Oxford.
Well, also, he said all this time, if the 3 offers are identical, did you just say you're staying? I mean, if you're staying, you're staying.
So he's leaving. Okay. A couple of hard truths here for you, Ole Miss. Couple of hard truths. When do you think you're getting back to the playoff if he leaves? When? Do you think you get back in 4 years, 5 years, 10 years? Or do you think there's a chance you guys become Ole Miss again? That's the first question you have to ask yourself.
I understand that. The sentiment in Oxford is, and I will say there are prominent people in the sport of college football that's like, listen, Ole Miss's collective, they got it figured out. Okay, that Lane's not a great recruiter. Okay, and the reason that Lane can do as well in the transfer portal as he's doing is because Ole Miss has got his back, if you know what we mean.
Right, but okay, David, let me just make a comparison to 2 schools who rely heavily on the transfer portal to make that school the team that it is. Florida State and Ole Miss. Florida State got it right once. They've gotten it horribly wrong every other time. Ole Miss seemingly has gotten it right a few times in a row here. Well, it's not that easy to do.
No, and the big difference is that Lane has not missed recently on a quarterback. Mike Norvell, when Mike Norvell had Jordan Travis, all of a sudden he and they look great. He hasn't had one the last few years. He and they look terrible. But I'm just telling you what's coming out of Oxford, Mark. That's all.
And I'm just saying that it's not, it's to go into the portal and make it work. He's been right at quarterback. He's also been right on the defensive front a lot as well. So to me, David, you let him coach. Let this thing ride out as long as you can. It might be your only shot.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not 1 but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, Martin, the hardest thing about doing sports radio is doing shows when there's nothing going on. This time of year, this is pretty easy for us. We've been doing it a long time. But, we're still apparently ignorant. But that's all right. Uh-oh. Pop-Tops over there. Uh, 100% left, Twix. 100%.
Yeah, Adam, I was asked during a commercial break last week, where do I think he's going? And I said, I actually think now he's going to the Gators. I would be very surprised. If I'm an Ole Miss person and he stays, I'll be happy, obviously, but a part of me will be like, really? You put us through this the last couple of weeks? You couldn't have just a week and a half ago said you were staying? I don't know. I heard something about they talked to the Tulane coach. I would go Eli at Missouri, but Leftwich, I know you keep asking Mark, but for what it's worth, I do, because I don't know how many people are knocking on Brian Kelly's door. He's in his mid-60s, and he's not warm and fuzzy.
Right, but he's from that part of the world.
Yes, and he had success there in Michigan and Ohio, Grand Valley State and Cincinnati, and obviously Notre Dame, so. Well, Brad Weaver, I don't think the players will transfer before the playoff game. That would be surprising. I mean, wouldn't they want to play in the playoff game? But hell, never know. I think the first two playoff rounds happen before the portal opens.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
$22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hoping to catch up with Jeff Cameron here in the next few moments. Needless to say, a lot going on in Tallahassee, although apparently nothing's going on in Tallahassee. Nothing. We're just going to keep on keeping on. That's interesting. We joked earlier, there are 3 people in Tallahassee that want Mike Norvell back as coach. Mike Norvell, the Florida State AD, and the Florida State president.
Yeah, we're not even sure if Mike Norvell's wife
No.
wants to be there anymore.
And at this point, I don't know if Mike Norvell wants to stay or not, but, you can't quit. You don't get paid. So you at least have to be fired. I mean, maybe Norvell was disappointed when he heard the news. He was like, damn. I was kind of counting on that money. Miller and Moulton. On this Overreaction Monday, where when you wake up this morning in the NFL, the Lions, the Chiefs, the Texans, and the Steelers are all out of the playoffs. Ravens' 5-game winning streak has them right now in first in the AFC North, so it puts the Steelers, along with Houston and KC, the 6 and 5 teams are all on the outside looking in. What's interesting in the NFC is that a 7 and 4 team is on the outs right now. Niners and Lions tied for the final playoff spot. Niners with the better conference record. Speaking of the Niners, it's why I'm in Palo Alto, Monday Night Football, Panthers and Niners tonight. Carolina suddenly tied for first in the NFC South. We all saw that coming, right? Heading into Thanksgiving weekend, Carolina would be tied for first in the NFC South.
Absolutely crazy. But, we've talked about it is still going to be tough to jump into the NFC playoffs because Detroit's on the outside looking in right now. Most people still think of them as a playoff team. Green Bay, obviously, where they are right now. Seattle looks like they're world beaters, even though they are not winning their division. And San Francisco, if that's the team you want to say is out, look at their schedule the rest of the way. The 49ers, to me, from a scheduling standpoint, even being in that division, I think they still play the Browns, the Titans, the Bears. If they just get those 3 and they get tonight as well, hell, that's 11. They're not missing. So I think San Francisco is going to be tough to keep out of the playoffs. And with the Bears winning yesterday, the Bears looking more formidable by the day. So when you look at the NFC right now, David, I don't know who you think the odd team out is in the NFC. We briefly mentioned the Cowboys. They would have to win the rest of their games with the exception of 1 to get in. That seems like a tall task for Dallas. That gets them to 10-6-1.
but with the Packers, with Detroit, with San Francisco's remaining schedule, with what the Bears have done. David, you know what? You always talk about a team having to get to 11. You may be right. Like I'll still put my shot up there with 10, but there are no guarantees that 10 gets you in this year in the NFC.
No, remember 10 didn't get you in the NFC last year. Seattle went 10-7 and lost out on a tiebreaker, and there wasn't enough room in the wild cards. And last year, for goodness sakes, we had a 14-win wild card. The Commanders were what, a 12-win wild card? And Seattle couldn't back in as a wild card at 10-7. There was a year where Brady and the Patriots, it was the year Brady got hurt, though. It was Matt Castle and the Patriots. Went 11-5. We only played 16 games then. And the Dolphins won the division at 11-5, and the Patriots could not make the playoffs as an 11-5 wild card. Doesn't happen very often. I mean, for the most 90+% of the time, you win 10 or more games, even in this 17-game season era. If you put 10 on the board, there's usually room for you. I think we all agree there is going to be room for you in the AFC. We'll see. I mean, it's possible the Chiefs 10-7 may not be good enough, that they've just lost to too many of the teams that they're competing with for the wild cards, and that they may be the odd team out with a 10-7 this year. But, you know, the jury's still out on whether or not Jacksonville can get to 10. This past Sunday was big.
It really was. They did not play well, and they won. That's a big sign to me, David.
I mean, have they fully made up for the fourth quarter meltdown in Houston? I mean, Mark, if you think about it, if you had said to a Jags fan, big picture, your next 3 games are at Houston, home for the Chargers, at Arizona, would you take 2-1? How many Jags fans would go, no, I'm holding out for 3-0? Or would they go, oh, yeah, sure, I'd take 2-1 right now?
But the Jags again. Now, can they beat the Titans twice? I mean, on paper, they should, but you talked about it in the starting 5 for the first time all year. What did the Titans do on Sunday? They looked like they had an offense. But they've got 2 with the Titans. They host the Jets. Just those 3, you take care of those 3 games, you're at 10. And we've already said, your 10-7's better than Kansas City's 10-7. So it's for 10 may not get you in on either side, may get you into a tiebreaker. 11 should guarantee you. In fact, 11 will guarantee you a spot in the postseason. But how it's going to shake down on both sides, man, I'm telling you, watching games yesterday and so many teams pulling victory from the jaws of defeat. And the Chiefs with that win, monstrous. The Patriots struggled a little bit early, big win for them. The Lions, a huge win. The Bears, a big win. Jacksonville, a monstrous win. So there's a lot to be determined when it comes to what the wild card and even the division titles are going to look like in the NFL right now.
Listen, the Bears deserve all the credit you can give them for their winning streak and their record. All right. But they've been a little fortunate in terms of the quarterbacks they've faced during this streak as well. Jeff Cameron's kind enough to make time for us out of his busy day. You can follow him on X at the letter J Cameron Show, the letter J Cameron Show, middays in Tallahassee, warchant.com. Morning, buddy. How are you?
I apologize, boys. Should have been here a few minutes ago. Just got back from a doctor's appointment that took forever, but we're good. I'm all right.
Nice to get that first doctor's appointment, though. It's easy. When you get that done, you feel better about your day getting in there early.
So my whole thing is to always be the first appointment, and they tell you they'll get you right in.
Uh-huh. Right.
Yep. Right.
Well, you know what probably happened? You wanted to move it along, and the doctor spent 15 minutes talking to you about how the blank could Mike Norvell be coming back as the football coach, and that's what delayed things. Our joke is there's only 3 people in Tallahassee that want Mike Norvell back as coach, and unfortunately for Knowles fans, they're Mike Norvell, the AD, and the president.
Yeah, the pain's going to be tough. This is going to be a weird offseason, guys. I've covered this team for 25 years. I don't know of a situation that's been more awkward than this. If you were going to bring Mike Norvell back, guys, the time to announce that you were going to bring him back was right after Stanford's the road loss. You would have wanted to go live then and say, he's coming back. He has our unbridled support. He is our coach for next year. This tells me they had no plan.
Did anybody get flipped in that time? I mean, because obviously, look, he's lived and died by the portal. But Florida State, Florida, Miami, they've gotten it done for a quarter century and beyond because they can recruit, because of the great state of Florida and all the kids. Did they lose any kids that you're aware of between the Stanford game and now?
Oh, absolutely, Mark. They've lost several kids, and they're, this is the part of that frustrates me the most is they're full of it when they tell you that they've had a plan and that this was their idea, that Mike was always going to come back, and if Mike was always going to come back, you would have announced it. I think when his job was seriously in peril, right? You would have said right after the Stanford game, which is an inexcusable loss, an embarrassing loss. You would have announced that night. Clearly, they did not have a plan. They are rudderless, and this is about the money and only the money, which sends a terrible signal to Florida State fans, obviously. This is when they say, well, Mike sees and has our values, and we believe. Come on. This is solely about the money.
Could they really not afford to do this? I thought after the Stanford game that Florida State folks took to social media to say, listen, we ain't rich, but we'll find the money to get a new guy.
They have, David, they could do it. I think it also speaks to the turmoil behind the scenes with the AD. I can't fathom that you would look at a coach that's lost 16 games in the last 2 years, 16, and say, yep, no, we're good. Feel good about it. Everything's moving swimmingly. You would only do this because it was the money. And what I keep coming back to is, I was told by several people in the know that if they had to do it, they didn't want to do it, but if they had to do it, they could do it. So when they didn't, and they were given ample evidence, I could only think to myself, there's something else going on within the administration. There's something else within the power structure that is prohibiting them from making the move that is so obviously necessary.
What is it? I mean,
Mark, I don't think they're in love with the athletic director. I think that there's a schism amongst the money people, amongst Peter Collins, the president, and the athletic director. I think there's a problem with the administration, with the athletic director, and I'm not sure that their entire attention has been paid to what is plainly obvious, which is the football program's a mess.
So do you think that the money people may be saying, well, I guess we got to hold on to our money to get rid of both the AD and we'll get rid of Norvell in a year?
Yeah, I think they realize they've got to restructure the whole thing, guys. And so the idea of firing a football coach and paying him $58 million just to turn around and have to fire the athletic director. Remember, athletic directors are inextricably tied to coaches. We know how this works, right? If they don't want the AD to make the decision, this becomes a different conversation. So I think that's what we have here. It's interesting, there was a stretch there where it mirrored, to some extent, Florida's situation, where I don't think they love their athletic director, who may have been saved by the basketball coach, which is another conversation. I feel like there may be something similar going on in Tallahassee, where they're not in love with the athletic director, and they know they need to fire the coach, but they have a bigger issue, and it's whether or not they fire the athletic director.
Yeah, and it certainly seems that Strickland in Florida, I mean, he's going to be the guy that offers the job, but I don't think any of us believe he's the guy who picked, hey, it's got to be Lane. I'm stating my job on it here. I think that's the boosters telling him, you go hire Lane, and if not, we're all in trouble. And to me, the boosters, I thought they could have done the same thing at Florida State
And the AD just kind of pushed his chest out and said, no, you can't.
I don't know that he's in a position to do it, Mark. I understand what you're saying, but you're right to reference some sort of infighting and internal struggle. I do think there is that. I don't know that he's in a position to tell the athletic department that this is what they're going to do. I do think that's where the money comes into play. I think it gets complicated. I think there's that. I think the money. I think colleges in general, if you look at it, there are a lot of schools that have kept their coaches in this whole cycle where you go, that's interesting. And I think they're starting to wake up a little bit to the idea that one guy, the puppet master, Jimmy Sexton, ought not bend you over a barrel to the tune of 40, 50, $60 million and then get to do it again. I think that they're at a crossroads about how the operation should run. And that's what made it a more complicated decision.
Boy, Jordan Travis was a lot better than we thought he was, huh? Well, seriously, I guess the only time Mike Norvell's had a winning tenure at Florida State was when Jordan Travis, it was apparently the quarterback, the offensive coordinator, and the head coach all at the same time. 30 seconds, by the way.
It's crazy, David. Mike Norvell, like a lot of guys, unfortunately, that get fired, knows football. He lost his team somewhere along the way. Some people will say it was post-snub. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. But once he lost his team, there's been no coming back.
We'll see if he can get it back. He's going to be given an opportunity. Third time's the charm. We'll see. He's Jeff Cameron. He is in the know about Florida State, the Tallahassee sports scene, the letter J Cameron Show on X, J Cameron Show, warchant.com. Jeff, all the best to you and the family. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, boys. Apologies for being late.
Don't worry about it.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofing.com. roofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not one but two elite women's college basketball tournaments, the Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance. For tickets, go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, let me ask you a question, because college baseball guy won't quit. And I'm bringing it on because he's trying to say that he doesn't know the definition of words, so I had to point that out to him. He now has predicted that schools will build domes for their baseball team up north. How many college baseball teams make money?
In the north?
Period.
Well, there's a chance that like Mississippi State or a couple of them do. I mean,
LSU does, Mississippi State does.
Yeah,
I don't even know if Florida does, and they're great.
Probably not, but yeah, very few. Which is funny because I would say I think there's a better chance that the Big Ten drops baseball entirely as opposed to builds domes for their baseball stadiums.
Oh, Jeff's the best. The best.
Yeah.
Knows his stuff very, very well. Can speak on a lot of things, but knows his Florida State stuff as well as any human out there, including Bud Elliott. And Bud does a lot of Florida State stuff.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Tom Izzo and Jeff Cameron joined us last hour. If you missed Coach or the guy on the Tallahassee sports scene, download what you missed at millerandmoulton.com, millerandmoulton.com. Tom and Jeff and all our guests joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. By the way, and I do agree, I think it's all money and backdoor politics at Florida State. But remember, it's not just the money to get rid of Norvell and his staff. It's then the money you got to spend to bring in the new staff. So 50-something becomes 80. Who do you hire if you're Florida State?
You know, that may be the only. I don't agree with them not getting rid of Norvell, but I get it. I get the money part of it. And in this coaching cycle, where are you going to go if you're Florida State to blow out everybody necessary to blow out, spend all the money that's necessary, and then who are you going to hire to make your fan base feel like you got it right? Now, again, no one knew about Dan Lanning. I mean, I think that's the guy. You know, Kirby, there at least was an idea, and he went back home.
Mm-hmm.
So there was symmetry to the Kirby hire at Georgia. That was who they wanted.
Right.
But Dan Lanning going to Oregon was not viewed as a sexy hire. He's done an amazing job. So I think Hartline at Ohio State's a really interesting hire for a Penn State. Would he come to Florida State? I don't know. I don't think so. So who's the assistant out there? Who's the head coach? Because you're not going to bring another G4 guy. That doesn't make the fan base happy. They're not going to spend $50 million for that.
Well,
or G6 guy, rather.
Who's the guy if it's not Lane in Gainesville? Now, I don't think they'll have to go G6 guy, even though I think there's a couple that are very qualified. But, I mean, if it's not Lane, now listen, they had to get rid of Napier. There's no question. Okay. No one is going to question 3, 4, 5 years down the road if the next coach in Gainesville is not Lane Kiffin and whoever it is comes in and is not successful. There's no one that's going to say, well, we should have kept Napier. Now, they may say, yeah, but I didn't want them to hire this guy. I mean, who is going to be acceptable to the fan base in Gainesville if it's not Lane? I mean, I can make the case all day for Eli Drinkwitz. I can make the case for Jed Fish. Is that going to sell in Gainesville?
I think Drinkwitz is the second best choice, David. And I don't know about you, but the Gator people that I talk to, and I actually have had a few that email me regularly and love the commentary they give me, because I've told a lot of you guys know your program better than I do. I don't spend every hour of every day studying Florida football. We got a lot of things we talk about on the show. I can't sink into just one team. I'm confident that you diehard Gators know your program better than I do. But the ones I talk to, it's Lane or bust. They don't even have a number 2.
Well, gonna have to hire somebody. You know, I mean, they fired their coach. By the way, I just have a feeling. Don't you think Penn State's got to have a contract in a drawer somewhere? It's been really quiet in Happy Valley.
Well, you mentioned Hartline last week. And is that the guy? Because I've been trying to figure out who the Penn State hire is. You know, you talked about Elko. Well, he's right. Staying at A&M. He just got paid to stay.
The only
think about the other, Rule was brought up. You don't want him. They don't want him. So I'm trying to figure out, there's not like a sexy Big Ten coach that's done well, not named Signetti, that's come on the scene, because Signetti just re-signed. So
Well,
who's the up and comer you're stealing? I don't know.
well, I mean, I just mentioned him for the Florida job. Jed Fish. I mean, won at Arizona, got a nice little thing going at Washington. I mean, it's not playoff caliber yet. I thought they were going to sneak in this year. You know, can't lose late in the season. Who'd they lose to again? Wisconsin? Yeah, you can't do that. Make the playoff. Ironically, if you had beaten Wisconsin, you'd be, I think, 9-2 this weekend, hosting Oregon with a chance to sneak into the playoff. But the two names that I've heard in the last 10 days, Hartline and the James Madison head coach. Last James Madison head coach is doing pretty well.
He is. And you certainly can't say that this guy's done it with his players because he brought all of them to Indiana.
Right. So I will say, and Adam brought it up in the Twitch chat room, over the weekend, it's funny. There is some noise about Kalen DeBoer in Penn State, that Alabama may not be a fit for him and his family, and they may want out. There's a little bit of noise in the system about that one. But remember, unlikely for that to be the case if they win the Iron Bowl and they make the playoff. Because otherwise, then what? Penn State's just going to have to sit there quietly while Alabama takes 2 weeks to get ready for their 3 weeks to get ready for their first round playoff game. Yeah, there's a lot of players to be lost and not had in the portal. I mean, that's another situation here. Like, we can go back 20 years before we had the portal and what we have now. I mean, there's a lot of people that believe back in 2007, Les Miles was going from LSU to Michigan. And even though Les had to come out on Championship Day Saturday and say, I ain't going, okay, there were a lot of people that still believed he was. The problem was 2 major upsets occurred that night. And next thing you know, Les and LSU ended up in the national championship game. So he couldn't go to Michigan. And he had to stay at LSU. And then they hired Rich Rod. And, well, the rest is history.
And while he may not be a fit for Alabama, they're playing in the first round. Hell, I mean, they win this week, they're in the SEC championship, right?
Correct. And then you wonder, are
then
they
win the SEC championship. I mean, if they win that game, they got a home game at the very least.
You would think. I mean, it does get, interesting, like, will them being SEC champion override Oklahoma, who went into Tuscaloosa and beat them? Who are you pushing out of 5 through 8 into 9 through 12? And one of those 9 through 12 is saved for the group of 16. So, which one of the 4 big boys are you pushing down to, the 3, sorry, you don't get to host a game? Like, remember last year, first round game was Tennessee at Ohio State. I mean, it was, Indiana went to Notre Dame. I mean, pretty sexy stuff last year when you think about it. We're going to have a couple of those 8, 9, 7, 10 matchups this year. They're going to be like, damn, that's a pretty good road team.
David, if that DeBoer to Penn State thing is, if there's any there, is there a 4th team Lane's considering right now? I'm just saying.
Well,
I mean,
well, but we talk about this. Listen, not every school is LSU, but let's just say Alabama doesn't win the Iron Bowl. They ain't going to make the playoff. That's going to be back-to-back years of 9-3 and missing the playoff.
You're right.
Okay? I mean, think about what's riding Saturday on the Plains. It's a playoff spot. It could be a lot more than that.
But what's interesting is that, even if there is some there with DeBoer leaving, everybody liked that Georgia Tech guy a whole lot. He's not looked like all that the last 3 weeks. His only win's a close one against Boston College, one of the 5 worst group of 4 teams out there.
By the way, I'm glad you went there, and I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to go here. All right, but are the Indianapolis Colts becoming Georgia Tech?
Ooh.
Okay, and here's why. Georgia Tech was great until the month of November, and then they seemingly have hit the wall and they've fallen apart. All right, the Indianapolis Colts, they were great through October. Once the calendar switched to November, how many turnovers they have in the loss at Pittsburgh? 6, 5?
5, I think, but you're on to something.
Then they went to Berlin, and they were lucky as hell to get out of there with a win in overtime over the Falcons. And now they just blew a lead in Kansas City, in which I'll say it again. The last 4 times they had the ball, they had 4 3-and-outs. Daniel Jones went 3 for 9 for 17 yards. And remember, in that game in Berlin, Daniel Jones had 2 turnovers, and Jonathan Taylor saved their butt.
And now they've got 4 division games left. They're with the Jags and the Texans. They've already played the Titans twice. Oh, their other 2 games at Seattle, home for San Francisco. I don't think there's a team left that's got a losing record, David.
Now, I will say there's a leader on the Colts that came out after the game yesterday and said, this is the best thing that could happen to us. We needed this to happen. So he knows that they're in a little bit of a funk and that something needs to change. But they're 8-3. They're leading their division. All right. But if you look closely, they're starting to crack. You know, give the Patriots, give the Bears, you know, some of these teams that some of us are still wondering, man, are they really as good as their record? Yeah, they haven't cracked yet. The Colts may be starting to crack here.
And have to be honest, you look back, their best win of the year was against Denver. I know we don't do best wins in the NFL, but everybody remembers that game. Why? Because of a penalty that was called that gave him another crack.
They missed the 60-something yard field goal at the buzzer and lost, only to get a reprieve and moved up 15 yards closer and hit the 48-yarder to win. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real. The 2025 Industry Appreciation Awards in Fort Myers have wrapped up, but the celebration of business excellence continues, hosted by the Lee County Economic Development Office, Horizon Council, and Horizon Foundation. This annual event honors the innovators, job creators, and community builders driving the region forward. Visit industryappreciationawards.com to see this year's winners and learn how local businesses are shaping a stronger, more resilient economy for Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Damn. Our favorite paper reporting here recently in the last couple of minutes that Stephen Belichick's wife let Bill's girl have it in an office with everybody present. Unhinged post-game rant.
By the way, for those that care about this story, she's threatening to sue Pablo Torre. I got all the money I have on Pablo Torre.
Well, I saw this because Pablo retweeted it with just a meme, and it's pretty funny. Sprained left shoulder is what they're saying for Baker.
I'm calling BS. I know. I'm just not saying it to you. I'm saying it about them. Yep, it's Monday Night Football, Michael. I'll be there. We're both at home with our families. Aurora, how about you?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks for being with us. Pat Kerwin, JP Shadrick on the show tomorrow. A lot to talk to JP about, not just the Jags. But he's got the Iron Bowl coming up. He's got Chiefs and Cowboys coming up. Nice of him to fit us into his very busy Thanksgiving week schedule. We have a huge show lined up for Wednesday. We are off Thanksgiving and Black Friday. Best of Miller and Moulton's along the network. But Wednesday, we've got Lee with his picks. We've got Roy Cummings on the Bucks. We've got Chris Perkins on the Dolphins. We got Bud Elliott on college football. Got a lot going on. Got Seth Everett even just to shoot the bull. So very busy
David,
Wednesday.
I remember you talking before we teamed up that one of your worst moments on the air, at least while you were in Florida, is when you had the PTI guys on and you had nothing for them.
Right, I choked. Yeah, Cassio. Yep, very quickly, our longtime producer, John Cassio, had Tony Kornheiser. He was calling into the studio. Somehow, some way, he got the number, and it transferred into the studio where they were recording PTI. The show had just ended, okay? And Tony Kornheiser walks up and picks up the phone. Cassio has Tony Kornheiser on the phone, and Kornheiser saying, now or never, what do you want to do? And Cassio looks at me, and I looked at him with a blank face, like, what do I ask him? And Kornheiser was like, okay, good luck, try again, click.
And which is shocking to anybody who's ever listened to this show, because I think we're pretty good at this interviewing thing. I think it's one of our strong points of our show for both of us. But I asked that because I know that happened to you on air. Did you ever have a moment, because you covered a lot of press conferences? I never did. That's not something I had to do with my line of work. How many questions from press conferences would you like to take back, if any?
One.
One?
Yeah.
How old were you?
Just about to turn 21.
Okay. Well, Adam, you and Adam Bradford have then something in common. Adam Bradford is a freelance reporter for the AP. He was covering USC and Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, he's the one who apparently asked the worst question ever of Lincoln Riley.
It was not a good question.
No,
will say.
It wasn't.
No, it was dumb.
It wasn't, but I give the guy some credit because he's, I think, owned up to it. He asked a question based off of a sign on game day where someone said extend Lincoln Riley, and he followed up with, do you think you scare opponents? And Lincoln Riley went after him. That's a dumb question. You should try to be a professional. And that's the dumbest question I've ever been asked. You should try to be professional sometime. But I laughed because Adam Bradford yesterday tweeted out, one moment I'm just trying to figure out where USC's post-game press conference is. One dumb question later, and I'm trending on awful announcing, which would be really cool under different circumstances. Might be time to go off this app for a few days. I give him credit. Have a little humor at your own expense. You asked a bad question. I hope he has a great career. I really do. Because we attack everybody at all times in this world. And he screwed up. And he had the moment with his question, and he thought he had a good one, and it wasn't. And Lincoln Riley let him have it. And then once it got out in the interweb, well, he got destroyed. And I'm rooting for him because we all have a bad moment, or 10, or 100. Trust me, you'll ask another bad question at some point.
If you were the Gators and Lane leaves you at the altar, would you entertain the thought of pivoting to Lincoln Riley? He has, by most accounts, well, by all accounts, a top 5 recruiting class in the country coming in. Now, remember, these kids are not married to USC. They're married to Lane and the money, or excuse me, Lincoln and the money. Yep. Well, if Lincoln and the same money moves elsewhere, why wouldn't they follow many of them to Florida? But I'm just wondering, your thoughts on Lincoln Riley. LSU, the AD who was there, always wanted to go big game hunting. Okay, just curious. I mean, Jed Fish, Eli Drinkwitz, whoever the second, third choice is going to be after Lane, would you go Lincoln Riley hunting if you're the Gators and you lose out? Same for LSU, by the way.
Who was the coach before Lincoln Riley there?
It was Clay Helton.
Clay Helton. How much different were the records at USC when Clay Helton was the coach than when Lincoln Riley was the coach?
4 years, I think they're identical.
That's what I thought. And I bring that up because what makes you think Lincoln Riley coming to Florida will turn into 10-win seasons and going to the playoffs?
Well, I will say this. Clay Helton was in the Pac-12. Lincoln Riley had 1 year in the Pac-12. He went 11-1 in the regular season and played for the Pac-12 title. USC's in the Big Ten now. Okay, you got to admit, it's a little different. It's a little different. Okay, you got to acknowledge that's a little harder. Plus, The landscape when Clay Helton was the coach at USC is a very different landscape than the one that Lincoln Riley now has at USC. So I do think this is an apples to oranges comparison. But Mark, I'm very well aware. We just did USC. Trust me, I'm very well aware. 4 years Clay Helton, 4 years Lincoln Riley. I know just what the wins and losses and final rankings add up to, and they are identical.
So, David, I'm telling Lincoln Riley's never coached in the SEC, right?
Well, no, because he was at Oklahoma before they were in the SEC. Correct.
Right. So, I mean, now you're bringing someone cross country who's never coached, never recruited down here. I know it's just money, but there's got to be something else to it. It can't just be I have the most money, because if that were the case, Miami wouldn't have 2 losses. And Lincoln Riley, if it was just about the money, he wouldn't have lost going to Illinois.
Remember, Lincoln took Oklahoma to the playoff with Baker Mayfield and, lost that Rose Bowl in overtime to Georgia. I mean, he was this close to playing for the Natty, coaching for the Natty.
No, you're right. You're right. And okay, let me just ask you a question. Okay. That Big 12, how much better was that Big 12 than the Pac-12? You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying.
The Big 12 when it was Oklahoma and Texas.
Yep. No, very similar. Very similar. Here, however, I just want to, and I'm not using your words against you, but clearly you're a no on Lincoln Riley. I just want to remind you, all the Gator people you talk to, these are your words, they want to play a certain style of ball. Have you seen Lincoln Riley's teams?
No, you're right. David, you're right. Maybe that's maybe that would make them happy. You're asking me what I think. Right. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's the big game hunting I want to do.
Okay. I just don't know how much big game hunting there is to do if you finish second or third in the Lane Kiffin sweepstakes.
No, David, you're right. I got a buddy that's going deer hunting this week, and they're only allowed to shoot 10 points or bigger on this particular farm where they hunt. If that were the case in college football, be a lot of guys sitting there with rifles that never get shot.
Yep. A lot of people sitting in the trees talking very quietly because there ain't nothing to shoot. And, well, got to keep it quiet anyway because maybe there will be. Miller and Moulton.
This weekend, artisans unite the artistry of fine jewelry
and the artistry of fine dining at our favorite Sales in Naples.
With your Diamond District purchase of $2,500 or more, you'll receive $1,000 unforgettable dining experience at Sales,
where flavors of Europe join and every detail is a masterpiece.
Celebrate brilliance in jewelry this weekend at the Diamond District.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This is Miller and Moulton.
Adam, I don't know what David said. I'd go with whatever's cheaper. Aurora, cute story.
How many? It's just you, the wife, and child. I'd go SUV.
I'd still go with what's cheaper.
Yeah, well,
car rentals are outrageous.
It goes faster. It handles better.
Martin, I've got it. Why would what the coach's politics think matter? I mean, how is that relevant? When have you ever heard Lincoln Riley talk politics? I mean, it's not relevant to what you're saying, in my opinion, at all. That's you interjecting. You want it to be, based on your comments.
I'd still go SUV. SUVs comfortably can seat 4. So.
Oh, I'd go SUV too, because you look like, a soccer mom in a minivan. But
right. Plus, they don't handle as well. I feel safer as a driver in an SUV. I feel like the car will respond. Martin, I'm just curious, what was the person and topic we brought up that we should have interjected politics into? I'm not.
He said, you're not seeing his comment before was Riley hasn't fulfilled USC's hopes and dreams in LA. Both parties might want to move on. Also, if he's more into Florida state politics versus California state politics, that could matter. He interjected it. Like I just said, there's nothing at Lincoln Riley's never talked politics. Yeah. He's never talked about a president before. He's interjecting this into the conversation, in my opinion, because he wants to.
Yeah. I know the Florida politics, but trust me, Gator fans wouldn't mind if their head coach was a socialist.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Final segment of Miller and Moulton on this Monday before Thanksgiving. Monday Night Football tonight, Carolina and San Francisco. There's usually not a ton of breaking news in the morning. It usually takes a little while. This isn't huge news. We mentioned during the show much earlier that Chip Kelly had been fired as offense coordinator by the Raiders. Giants just fired their defensive coordinator, Shane Bowen. Giants have blown 5 double-digit fourth quarter leads this year. They're 2-10. Do the math. I will say, Mark, I'm impressed. They've given this interim coach some authority. He's the one who demoted Russell Wilson behind Jameis Winston. Okay, and that's why Jameis is playing. And now he just fired the defensive coordinator. Interesting. I mean, they're all going to lose their jobs at the end of the year, but they're giving this guy, hey, here's the job, and we'll give you all the authority that goes with it.
What I found most fascinating about that game, and it wasn't where my eyes were most of the day. I was more interested in other games. But as the game was going into the fourth quarter, I'm paying a little more attention to it. But they go to overtime, and they have a coin toss. And I'm laughing about your comments because the Giants get to pick heads or tails.
Right.
Which I laughed at. But two, it was Russell Wilson out there. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, wow, that's funny.
Yep. Preseason captain.
Right.
Here's why, by the way, very quickly, you wonder about the voice that the media has nowadays. The radio analyst for the Giants is Carl Banks, who's probably not a Hall of Fame player, but he's somebody who walks right up to it and still has to pay admission. Okay. Outstanding player. Part of the 2 Super Bowl wins. He was screaming that their best defensive player was not on the field. Yep. When Gibbs went right up the middle where Dexter Lawrence plays, and he goes right up the middle, 69 yards to the house. And he's screaming And in social media days, it's out there. You can find it. 2 minutes of how can your best defensive player not be on the field in overtime? I don't care about fatigue or defensive rotations or what have you. Okay, besides, the game ended. There were commercials. There was a coin toss. Okay, trust me, he had enough time to rest. I've played defense in the NFL. He has enough time to rest. What is he not doing on the field? And they run the ball right at his replacement to the house.
TV guy had it too, but it's not Carl Banks.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Right. Who, by the way, is on the Giants team flight home with the owners.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Not much today, David. I may have to go to the bullpen here. But we start in 53. I love this one. Walter Aston signs a 1-year deal to be the manager for the Brooklyn Dodgers. He would sign 23 more 1-year agreements until his retirement. Very much the Masters on CBS, David.
Yes.
Today in 54, President Eisenhower's plane is officially christened Air Force One. Now we have an Air Force One. 1960, Chamberlain pulls down a record 55 rebounds in Philadelphia's 132-129 win over Boston. Today in 1963, in the basement of the Dallas police station, Jack Ruby shoots Lee Harvey Oswald.
Live on national television, because every network, and there were only 3, was showing Oswald being led from his cell into the car. Instead, you then watched him bleed to death while they backed in the ambulance and put him into the ambulance. Live on national television.
Today in 66, the Beatles stepped into the studio to record this little album that would be called Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. 1979, a Senate report proves that U.S. troops in Vietnam were exposed to Agent Orange.
Yeah, no
they
kidding.
were all dying of cancer. Might have had a clue for you.
Oh, something to do with it. Kind of like people on the pile at New York, but continue.
1991, Freddie Mercury of Queen died at the age of 45 of AIDS-related pneumonia. Our 12th president, Zachary Taylor, Dale Carnegie, Lucky Luciano, Paul Tagliabue, and Donald Duck Dunn from the Blues Brothers, among others, would have all celebrated birthdays today. The Big O, Oscar Robinson's 87. Dave Bing is 82. Rudy Tomjanovich, 77. And scored the goal in that 5 overtime hockey game for the Flyers. Keith Primo is 54. Part-time Southwest Florida resident as well, Keith Primo. What did I miss, David?
Now, see, we had Coach Izzo on earlier. You're thinking about that Sweet 16 game, okay, still against Georgia Tech. Now I'm going to be thinking about Penguins Flyers in 5 overtimes. And me telling everybody who worked at then Stevie Tomato Sports Cafe in Fort Myers, give me the keys. You can all go home. I'll lock up. They're like, no, we really can't do that. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not leaving.
Game ended at like 3:22 in the morning, if memory serves me right. It lasted forever. All I know is that you and I were still watching.
The manager was in the back, okay, doing receipts and money, and I had the broom and was sweeping because all this. I said to the staff, go home. I'll do it. Not that I was a regular or anything. No. The only other thing I got, Wilt set the NBA rebounds record in a game today.
With 55 against the Celtics?
I guess you had that. By the way, he set 70 NBA records. That seems like a lot.
Time to see life a little bit differently. here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
We go to Michigan for the good. And I've kind of given up on the whole lottery ticket thing because it bores me now, but I do like this one. 33-year-old man was at a gas station in Detroit, and he spotted this ticket set aside on the counter that someone decided not to purchase. He said, you know what? Give me that Blazing Suits ticket there. He won $1 million.
Oh.
I hope that this story goes as viral as it can go so that the guy who turned down, the guy or gal who turned down the ticket finds out, no, I didn't want that one. For the bad, this is something, by the way. This really is. We go to Arizona, where the Mon Chéri restaurant is in Scottsdale. And Brian Morrow and Carissa Sekunik went to rob the joint. But apparently, when they got inside to grab the cash, all the excitement got them a little horny. Because, according to surveillance videos, they made their way to the patio to canoodle.
Come on.
They burglarized the restaurant and stole $450 from the till.
And then canoodled?
No, well, we don't know in what order they did it. We do know that Scottsdale police detectives were able to ID the two by viewing the closed caption footage of them fornicating on the patio, where both gave great shots of their face, and I'm sure a few other things as well. While they weren't arrested for fornicating, they were picked up for burglary. Finally, the ugly, we go to China, where an employee of a business is in trouble. You see, he works at a convenience store, and he grabbed a bottle labeled tea and peed in the bottle that said tea. And then he put it on the shelf for sale. When a customer purchased the bottle, they noticed an odd odor to the bottle and reported it to the store without drinking it. They inspected all drink products on the shelf, and then once again, surveillance camera footage caught the man putting the pee labeled as tea on the shelf. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today, Monday, November the 24th, and it's brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, hiring new officers, great pay, great benefits. Other jobs are available. All information can be had at
CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Hey, we said this earlier in the show a couple times. One of the reasons we had Tom Izzo on the show today is that, first off, anytime you can get Tom Izzo on the show, you get Tom Izzo on the show. Secondly, big week in Fort Myers, the tip-off all week long, men's and women's hoops. There's a couple other college tournaments also taking place in the 239. There are college basketball all over the country. Really good matchups. This Players Era tournament in Vegas, by the way, Turner has the rights to it. Turner. TNT, True TV. Check out, pretend it's the NCAA tournament. Check the Turner family of networks. But I mean, Kansas in action, Tennessee in action, St. John's and Iowa State are playing.
4:30 for that St. John's Iowa State game. 4:30 on True TV.
You know, Auburn, Oregon, early evening. Houston's playing, around dinner time. Michigan and Arizona are playing late night. Okay, not against each other, but in other games. Listen, there's college hoops all week long if, for whatever reason, the NFL, NBA, NHL ain't doing it for you.
9:30 tonight, Gonzaga and Alabama on TNT. That's a fun game right there.
Well, first off, it's good because Alabama's in it, and man, are they entertaining. But the Zags are 5-0. again. Hello.
Zags are 4.5-point favorites. Give me the Crimson Tide right now.
By the way, the over-under is 174.5.
Give me the over right now.
That's 89-85.
I'll take the over.
10 NBA games. Heat expected to get Tyler Hero back tonight at home, hosting Cooper Flagg and the Mavs. 7 NHL games.
Lightning hosting the Flyers tonight.
Yes, and that, probably their first big-time rival. I know they always tried to make something between the Lightning and the Panthers, but, the Lightning and Flyers had playoff history right away. So that was a big rivalry in the first half.
Didn't they hate Lindros in Tampa? Wasn't that the first hockey player that they really disliked here?
And I believe they played the Flyers in the playoffs when they hosted those games and set the NHL record attendance. Yep. And they played in an Eastern Conference final, I think the year they won their first cup in 2004. They beat the Flyers in 7 on the way to the finals.
Panthers on the road taking on the Predators tonight of the two Florida teams.
By the way, I would like to congratulate my team. The Rangers are hosting the Blues tonight. There are only 6 losing teams in the NHL, and 2 of them are playing each other. How badly do you have to suck? Okay, that's how bad that game is. Congratulations, boys.
Can I just ask you, yes or no, is the fact that there are so few teams under 500 a good thing or a bad thing for the sport?
A bad thing.
Too
many teams think that they're decent. Okay? It's too easy to get 90 points now in a regular season, and you miss the playoffs, but you think you're close. You think you're decent. I'm telling you, they need to change 3 points for a win. The difference between a regulation win and an overtime and shootout win needs to happen.
I've only been saying that since the 90s, David, when I worked in the IHL. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Heat hosting the Mavs tonight.
Right.
Bunch of NBA games, but the Heat at home against the Mavs.
So, all right. San Francisco, the number's gone up and down 0.5 point. I got the Niners at 7 right now over Carolina. Hey, McCaffrey's still healthy. Kittle's still healthy. How about this very fascinating thing with Ayuk that happened over the weekend?
Right. He's done with the team. Like they're
done with him.
But they're done.
Yeah, he said, take all the guaranteed money out of my contract because I want to be able to leave after this year and you guys will cut me, right? And they're like, yeah, sure, fine.
Where did this come from?
I know. The Niners have even said that publicly. They're like, this is the strangest thing we've ever seen. Ayuk's like hardly talking to anybody. I like the Niners to win and cover.
I do too. Miller and Moulton, talk to you in the morning. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This year during Thanksgiving week, Fort Myers takes the national stage, hosting not 1 but 2 elite women's college basketball tournaments. The Fort Myers Tip-Off and Coconut Hoops, both featuring Power 4 teams and nationally ranked programs. Few places in the country can showcase this level of talent. We're proud that Fort Myers is one of them. Don't miss your chance for tickets. Go to visitfortmyers.com/basketball. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local glass doctor for details.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
When you're craving the real taste of Chicago, there's only one name to know. Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
This is Miller and Moulton